All right, let's party. Yeah, there we go. How's it going, everybody? Welcome, welcome, welcome. How you nerds doing? How you doing on the YouTubes and on the Twitch side? How you doing? Steve, congratulations on your first. How you doing, Ars? How you doing, Matthew? Supremely nice. How you doing, Turtle Sages? How you doing, Huggy Chainsaw? How you doing, Chieftain? How you doing, Grillson? How you doing? I feel like it's been a while. How you doing? How you doing? So, if you're like, yeah, there we go. Look at me remembering stuff. So, if you're noticing something different, it's because I've taken the YouTube Howl Pal, the Twitch Howl Pal, and just fucking mushed them together. You are now one being. No longer will you be separate of body. Your jellies have been united. Rejoice in your united jellies. I'm doing pretty legit. Yeah, yesterday I had like a very productive day, so I was able to get some stuff done, including that, which is pretty nice. That biblical. Do you mean like Testament D20, or you mean like not Dragonlance? I think it's Dragon Raid, which is the one that is like you do Bible quotes in order to get more powerful. There we go. So also today I'm painting my Chaos Manticore. I forgot that he's just like a really awkward fucker to paint. If you're like, also, why is he very like, I thought this is gonna be more of a, I thought that was I think that's Testament D20 then. I think that's D20 Testament or Testament D20. That was like that's like a 3.5 era brain disease where you're like, oh yes, historical figure. Yes, what is the stats? That is a very like, I mean, not that shit has ever gone away, but like when I think peak like this is like, you know, like everything must have a stat, everyone must have a stat, it is that era. And like the best part is that the stats are just like wrong, like really badly wrong, just like crazy amounts. So like it's so sometimes I forget how popular, like how long the Song of Ice and Fire has been like in like as a nerd thing, because there are old issues of Dungeon and Dragon magazine. I'm looking for like the appropriate size big brush for this. Yeah, actually, no, that's probably fine. Where like they have like articles about it. Also, I think there's gonna be an ad happening soon, and I can't really stop it, so it's gonna happen. Twitch apparently every time I do the start stream with ads, they're wise to my shenanigans. So let's go get it. Yeah, let's go get it. Nice bigger brush for this. How you doing, Casual Maker? How you doing? How you doing? But yeah, they made like Jaime Lannister like a level 19 or something fighter. Like I know in the universe he was a really good fighter, but like, man, the level 19 fighter in 3.5 was a stupid creature. Like you should be like fighting like demi-liches and shit at that point. Probably not demi-liches because they're technically an epic level encounter, but like, you know, you should be doing bigger shit than with that level. It was that level of bloat was just fucking insane. I think Jesus also like, yeah, I think Testament. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like he should not be able to tank that level of shit. But that's just because like, you know, for all that kind of like autism about wanting like stat out certain things, people are also really bad at it. Turns out it's a very fun thing. People have like being very vocal and then being very bad at something is very funny. It creates a very strange individual for sure. It's like way too much water in here. Fine. How you doing, Moss? How you doing? How you doing? How you doing? Oh god, that's drippy. I guess I can just scoop up that paint. So this is like the church base for the Manticore. So I'm trying to get like a lot of. This is almost like a terrain piece in itself, which is kind of interesting. It's just like a big, thick thing that just needs some gray on it. So that's why I'm using this like brush I normally reserve for terrain. But yeah, otherwise things getting the YouTube chats merged. I did some other stuff yesterday. I'm really sad though because the not genuinely sad, but like there was an apartment that I really wanted, and they're like, yeah, we'll set you up with a tour for it, and they're like, well, so someone applied today, and we'll let you know how that works out. Because like it's bullshit because I wanted to go see it first, then they're like, oh, sorry, the lady's still living in there. And then also after that, they were like, well, you know, someone else reserved it. What you gonna do? I'm like, first of all, the brave individual just to jump into an apartment without ever seeing it is I don't know how someone does that. I don't know how you could be like, yes, I'll live in this place no matter what. I don't need to see it. I'm sure it's a house. But that just fucking blows. Then again, though, I've been doing a lot of like apartment tours lately. I'm gonna be honest, most of them are just like what level of box, like, you know, like everything is just like white rooms. And it's like, oh, okay. Yeah, so it's just like different core, like different varieties of white rooms just kind of strung together. I guess technically you could probably skip that if you just were like, okay, maybe if I just look at reviews or whatever and just see if they're trustworthy and go from there. But man, I couldn't do that. I could not do that. And now I do be paying the price. That's just like way better than I was expecting. It's so good though. It's so good. But yeah, otherwise things are going pretty good. Like I said, I still got a decent amount of time before I gotta like really. I'm still made. Oh my god, what do you mean camera froze already? There we go. Also, how you doing, that guy? How you doing? How you doing? Yeah, that's always my thought too, is like it's also interesting because like, so there's that like, you know, like the general like negativity bias of people where it's like, hey, if you go to a restaurant and you have like an okay sandwich, like it's not great, it's not bad, it's not poison, it's just like, well, yeah, this is a combination of meat and cheese, okay, and then I'm gonna go about my life. You're not gonna write a review for that. But like somebody who got like really pissed off one day would. Yeah, for people who never were like, why are you keeping the chats separate? It's because I hate you. No, specifically, it's because for a while there was a very, very stupid rule where Twitch was like, hey, so first Twitch used to not let you multi-stream. The technology existed for multi-streaming for ages, but Twitch was like, don't do that. Don't multi-stream or else, what's it called? It's like, don't multi-stream or else we'll, like, it was technically against the rules, but if nobody mentioned anything, you'd generally get away with it. But it's also one of those things that if someone really hated you, they could report you for it. Then they changed it. Then they changed things so they're like, oh yeah, no, you can multi-stream. That's fine. But you can't combine the chats because Twitch was like really paranoid that like, what if us sweet innocent people on Twitch, you know, what if somebody on YouTube says a naughty swear and they're gonna think it's us? We can't have that. So you gotta keep your chat separate. And then, you know, people were like, this is also a stupid rule. Why are we doing this? And like some people got like temporary bans for that, but for the most part, it's like a relatively, like I said, once again, unenforced rule. I believe what happened is that there was a bigger streamer that was doing that. And like it is inherently one of those things that someone has, like, you know, if they're in those like 1 million sub kind of groups, they can sort of do what they want. I believe somebody in that category got like a 1-day ban for the combined chats, and then everyone was like, "What the fuck?" And then I think his name is Tom. It's like Tom Clancy or Ted Clancy, the guy who. No, you can say fuck. I'm joking around. I didn't Joe, probably. Like I will forever be a square at heart, and I try to follow every rule as possible just because, like, I am afraid that sometimes it's because I just generally want to be, like, a good lad and whatnot, but also for stuff like that, I'm like, oh, if I decide to break the rule, I will definitely be the one that will get caught. I know it'll be me. I will absolutely be the one that gets busted. I would not be surprised if Critical Role broke that. But yeah, it's in the same way that like a VTuber could have like, you know, a low cut top and get banned, but also those like someone could have like a whole ass nipple out for like 10 minutes and get like a very like 1-day suspension. It's always just kind of been like that. You just it sucks and it's unfair and I don't like it, but like this is kind of a microcosm of the way the universe is unfair in a way. But yeah, if I remember, it did legit like a bigger. I want to say it was like one of those like trash taste dudes, maybe. I don't know. I'm not there. That level of like the idea of like an anti-tuber, like not a VTuber, but like people who do like anime stuff on YouTube, like that is a whole sphere I have zero knowledge about. And I think one of them got popped, and then the president of Twitch, who was like, He's really weird because he looks like somebody's grandpa wearing a cowboy hat. Like he's definitely like an older dude, but he's like he's like the cowboy equivalent of that one Steve Buscemi, like, how you doing, fellow kids? Dan Clancy, yeah. Yeah, Dan Clancy's Splinter Cell. Yeah, he was like, you know what? We heard your feedback. We're gonna change it. It's not gonna be a big deal anymore. So yeah, so like now that's here. I thought it was gonna be a bit more complicated to set up. It really wasn't. I downloaded StreamerBot. StreamerBot's been cool so far. I need to do that. Oh yeah, so yeah, I'm getting the paint on this now just because it is a very big, slow drying piece of stuff. How you doing, Instances? How you doing? Welcome. But yeah, the Manticore is over here. Basically, he's gonna like grip the side. He's gonna firmly grasp the side and hope for the best. But I know because I'm really like slopping on these browns. I want to get this portion like at least like kind of sort of like drying while the rest of the model's getting worked on. For the most part, it's pretty good. There's like one magic angle where like the plaster and stuff just could not get any primer or whatever. I don't think it's gonna be a big deal. It's just like really. It means I just can't. I have to use a slightly smaller brush. How you doing, Instance? How you doing? I'm working on the lab. Like I mentioned in the intro thing, I played some more OPR Regiments on Sunday, and I got fuck. I didn't take a good picture. I didn't like what's it called? I did not grab the picture I took of like my entire army ranking and flanking. I also very briefly, apparently there's like a decent old world army builder that I started to look into. I don't know. There's kind of a weird implicit thing where it's like both me and like the people I play old world, like the guy I play old world with, are like, if we stick to OPR with, if we stick to OPR, would probably both be fine. But there's also that like, well, what if we gave old world a go? Maybe. And I was adding up how many points I have worth of old world stuff painted. It's actually surprisingly high. It's like, I think I got like 2K points. I don't know if this is one of those games where it's like a 3K is considered average. It was pretty fun. I think OPR is fine in general. I will say if you're like, I like the simplicity of OPR, but it's almost too much. I actually think Regiments is pretty good because I do think the different attack angles and facing and pivoting, it's not like a huge, like it's not like a whole bunch of extra rules to like remember, but it does definitely add some tactical depth to everything. I think it's worth checking out. Especially especially the nice thing too is, you know, you can play Age of Sigmar, whatever round-based fantasy you want. You put them on little converter trays, and you can also use them for the old world or OPR Regiments. It's handy like that. How you doing, Muckrin? How you doing? I am talking about how I've been getting rank and flank pilled recently, which is actually, it's been nice though. Like it's like the gameplay is pretty fun too, but I will say a lot of it is just the pure visual spectacle of just like a bunch of models lined up in their little trays. It's like, I don't know if it's just me being like, older man, just been like, ooh, yes, my papped blue ribbon regiments. No, that's understandable. There's always like so many acronyms out there, so definitely like I know there's a lot of them that just kind of blend. I like the one that gets me is so because I kind of operate in like kind of weebish circles, CSM for a lot of my peers, in fact, means Chainsaw Man and not Chaos Space Marine. Now, the contexts are almost like incredibly different, so it's not like I'm actually getting confused. But sometimes I will just be like, just see like, oh man, CSM was real fucked up this week. I'm like, wait, what? Did you not like the Huron reveal? Oh, never mind. I thought the Huron reveal was cool, but once again, he came at a very unfortunate time. Maybe in the summer I will get to indulge a lot more in my Space Wolf project. I mean, luckily I have enough if I want to get started on that. I have the, what's it called? I have Havocs, which I need to convert into Long Fangs. I have a couple models that could be the leaders. I print out a bunch of, like, horrible mutants that's going to be the Wolfen. So I could at least get started on that. Yeah, exactly. Chainsaw Man, CSM. Chaos Space Marine, CSM. The funny thing is that pun is not lost on Warhammer people. There's a non-trivial amount of helmet conversions that you can give us Chaos Space Marine, that kind of like the Chainsaw Man helmets, like the kind of like, you know, chainsaw face. him Pachito. Pachita, I think, is the demon dog. Like I said, I read Chainsaw Man a little bit. It was a really weird thing. So like, I have never, what's it called? I remember because like I was reading it through Manga Decks, and I believe like I was doing that at home before like a big winter break, the one where I was going to go visit some family. And when I went to visit them, I think their internet provider straight up blocked Manga Decks, and I was like, wait, I've never seen this before. I have never seen like this sort of thing happen for like a manga site like that, and I just couldn't read them. I had to play like gacha games and whatever just to have something to do. My tongue, it's pretty long. I mean, my chest one's longer, but like, you know, face tongue is pretty good. How you doing, Fuber? Soup indeed. But yeah, how you doing? How you doing? How you liking your new merged form? Glorious. Yeah, I have to imagine if like an ISP gets enough like copyright complaints, they'll just block something like that. But that was sad because that was kind of like my first kind of like research is like getting back into manga. There's like a couple of other ones. I keep bookmarking manga I need to read, especially like series I've read before. There was a while where like I was reading what's it called? Hokago Play. There we go. Hokago Play is like a very like interesting short 4-koma I guess yonkoma. I always call it 4-koma just because like I'm a lot of my kind of typical like weeb Japanese dialogue stuff is just very mangled by where I was raised at. But like it's really just kind of just like it's kind of like a slice of life about two nerds sort of like, you know, talking about like video games at the time that kind of turns into like a romance thing. And it's really nice. It's really nice. I really like the second one the better, where it's more like a tomboy and like this kind of like kind of he's like a shorter guy, I guess, is kind of his thing. How you doing, Lana? How you doing? How you doing? People's hair. Oh yeah, that could be neat, but no, he's got like he's the Sorcerer Lord, so he's got a big old fucking cape. How you doing? How you doing? I'll be doing good. We're talking about Hokago Play, which I have not read in a hot minute. I would like to. There's like a couple of those other ones. There's like I once again I'm really bad at like bookmarking manga, being like I'll read this at some point. Like there's it's actually this like really cute one that I was starting to look into because apparently it is like one of those weird like this is like a multimedia franchise, but one that's kind of focused around having like model kits. I figure out where the cape actually starts. Looks like here. It's like something hoi hoi san, and the premise is kind of like the premise is kind of interesting because it's both really really grim and really really goofy at the same time. In Hoi Hoi San, the basic idea is that in the future, bugs are immune to pesticides. Like bugs just eventually like sort of developed a resistance to conventional pesticides. You can't use Raid. You can't use like whatever. Nothing works. So they're like, okay, what do we do? We are a Japanese manga. How will we defeat the bugs? And they make little robot girls to fight them. They're more like the kind of like cute style though, as opposed to like saucy or whatever. It's like so there's like a bunch of like model kits that were released in like the 90s, and there's also a PS2 game. There's like kits that were released in the 90s, a 1 volume of a manga series, and that's it. And then there's like the PS2 game, which is you actually like building out your hoi hoi and shooting bugs. Like it's like the Battlefield where it's like, cause like they're like yay big too. They're like itty bitty. That would actually be kind of fun to like bring back as like a war game though, where like one of those like asymmetrical war games where like one of the players has a very different loadout than the other. It's like one of the like, which one are you? Are you hoi hoi or are you bugs? Because I mean, I know that's what a critter conflict does, where it's like, oh yeah, you use whatever's around your house as like very diegetic terrain. And I think that's like such a clever idea because of like I'm not gonna say like terrain is like the biggest barrier to like a really good looking game, but it is definitely probably something that really enhances the mood. I go back and touch up the cloak a little bit, but nothing too bad. Yeah, exactly. It's like I love the idea. Like, yeah, this table, it's your terrain. Do it. play here. Because I mean, I think I also because that's like such a, at least for a lot of people, I don't know. This is another one of those like, do I say that like the experience that me and my friends did is a very common one? I think so, because I've heard other people do this, where like that kind of like, you're playing a war game, you're just getting into it, you're playing with your buds, you don't know if there's a shop near you, and like, what do? You like, this book is a hill. This pile of bullshit is technically a impassable terrain. This like ring of socks is dangerous terrain, stuff like that. How you doing, the twins? How you doing? I thought your name was like a Niji Sanji thing at first, but I was like, no, the numbers are one off. How you doing? I'm working on my Chaos Sorcerer Lord on Manticore, who's turned out... I could zoom out a little bit on this guy. This is like the upper limit of a model being like almost too big to be like good to film. And then here's the base that is drying and will require a lot of extra bullshit, but... Like, why is that gray? That gray is pooling really weird. It's like... pooling like almost kind of like transparent. No, not transparent, like kind of like white. Weird. Okay. And so I can switch that up. Oh, thank you. The plan, so all my chaos stuff generally will have like purple cloth. What I'm hoping to do is I'm probably going to try to build the skin up to be kind of like a weird pallid yellow. So this was just using a rattle can to get me to this point. This is like one of the... I think this is like a Vallejo rattle can of some sort. Like, I was hoping it was going to be a darker brown than it wasn't, but it's actually kind of like still beneficial for what I want. Oh god, this is what I'm talking about, where it's like... this model is just kind of awkward. Because I remember this is another one that was like, I tried to paint this model, like not as long ago as the Chaos Sword on the Karkadrak. There we go. Yeah, it's still nice. It's nice. I will say, it's odd. I've been doing the having both of you nerds on the screen in basically that same method consistently for like a year and some change, probably closer to 2 years at this point. I've been multi-streaming for a while. Is that like a little paw? Oh, that's a little paw. I'm not going to entirely rule out the random motivation. So I play a decent amount of war games, but mostly Trench Crusade, Turnip 28, and Warhammer 40k 3rd edition. But recently I've been playing OPR Regiments with a friend of mine, and it's been very, very fun. And it's also like reinvigorating me to want to go back to my backlog and find a bunch of these like old... Originally, these were meant for Age of Sigmar because I was trying to do multiple armies. But I just kind of realized, like, I could just sort of make my Warriors of Chaos back to the sort of the style of game they were originally designed for, and that was sort of the motivation to do this. How you doing, the fancy man? How you doing? Welcome. So I've been having good luck painting some of my other stuff, and I'm like, oh, this would be, this guy's especially like a really nice big centerpiece model, so it's fun. It's fun to have a big fuck off monster. Hey, no, that's totally fair. If you ever have questions about anything about minis in general, about wargaming, just let me know. I'd be more than happy to give you my knowledge. I'm not like a super hyper competitive player or anything. Though I still apparently keep getting a reputation locally of being really good, and I don't know. I don't think that's true. I just think I just happen to do all right, and people remember me doing all right because I tend to do all right really well. Oh shit, nice one. I forget what mini we were working on, but hell yeah. That's purple there. This is the inherent awkward. So also, like, because I built this model in the past, I did not use sub-assemblies. If I was doing this from scratch, I probably would have separated the guy on the back from the model and painted him up before I get everything finished. But I don't really got that luxury, so I'm just going to try to wing it as much as I can and try to minimize the damage as much as I can. Oh yeah, no, I know Hero Forge. Because like I play TRPGs, but I usually don't play them in person. But I remember there was a while where like I was looking into that. Oh shit! I remember what I was going to mention that I forgot to earlier. So because of life and everything, I like doing the TRPG collabs, and I've not done one in a while. The plan, barring anything sudden, is I will be doing some Call of Cthulhu, which I've not actually ran myself. I'm pretty excited about that. The session 0 is going to be on Saturday, and then I don't know when the actual like stream is going to be for when we're actually playing. Also, supposedly we might actually be doing this as like multiple session campaign, which I'm excited for. Like, not fingers crossed, because the last time I tried to do a VTuber campaign, it fizzled after the first session because of life. Not even on my end, but you know, life be like that sometimes. But I've been itching to do something more. I was approached by someone who I trust, and they're like, "Hal, would you run Call of Cthulhu?" I'm like, "Yeah, sure, probably." Yeah, okay. I did my usual like bring me the nerds, and then I will run game. And then they were like, "I have nerds." I'm like, "Cool, I will run game." The pact has been sealed. It's trying to figure like a good. So I'm gonna be like, I think buff is what I want to use to sort of build up the color to like a weird, sick kind of pale. But the trauma is I also want to kind of like ease into that. So I'm gonna try maybe diluting it with some like Vallejo tan. Hey, let's go. Is it like a... I assume it's some sort of gaunt model. I don't... It's like the Termagant's the one with the gun, Hormagaun's the one with the claws, and I feel like another one. A pack with the elf on the mini painting shelf. I mean, the usual, like, I have, like... You watch as you not paint your models. I gaze upon every... Oh, I guess that's a Termagant then. Hell yeah, let's go. Yeah, that's kind of vaguely what I remembered. I always forget just because I'm not a Tyranid player. Like I'm currently in the process of stripping my Lehman Rust that I got used. And I'm like trying to remember what that's actually like. What variant I got is very difficult. It's gonna be interesting. Let's find out if this color works. Like I said, because this is an airbrush color, I don't have this exact shade, so I'm gonna try see how this generally behaves. Let's hope for the best. Hey, I mean that's legit. That's a legitimate thing. Like you know, eyes are just sort of inherently difficult BS. So if that's what you got to do to make the eyes look legit in your eyes, go for it. Like, most of the time, I just do little, like, glowy eyes anyway, and, like, I'm a reasonably seasoned mini painter, so I totally feel you on that. How you doing, Minida? How you doing? God, this guy's so fucking awkward. His wings are so damn big. That's sort of the problem. I'll get over it. I'll get over it eventually, but, like, yeah, I must adjust. Like, oh, let's go. I also saw recently, I was debating on linking this to you, but apparently Gordon Ramsay has started selling really shitty looking shepherd's pie like frozen food. And someone pointed out that Gordon Ramsay has just become the not the villain, but like in Ratatouille, the idea that there was like a chef and then like the other guy wanted to use his name to sell like fucking just like, you know, frozen food just with his name on there, just like yeah, you're Italian chef. Yeah, you could sell like frozen tacos. It's fine. It's like, oh yeah, no, that's just Gordon Ramsay now. That's just him. Oh, they really do, yeah. Especially like like washes do quite a bit of work. I mostly switched to enamel washes these days, but even just like because sometimes I'll just use a regular little bit of what's it called, like a G-Dubs wash, and they're still pretty legit. He gets that bread, yeah, but it's I don't know. I don't know if Gordon Ramsay needs bread anymore. I think his he's good on bread. Yeah, maybe they're good. I don't know. I like, you know, in the past I've eaten that kind of stuff before. I just haven't in a hot minute. I remember there's distinctly a period of my life where like I think it's Marie Callender's like her fucking chicken pot pies were like the thing that kept me like mostly like ambulatory and filled with some degree of like protein, I guess, because otherwise it's just like delicious sugar, tasty treats. Yeah, this mix is looking pretty. Yeah, but like getting people through World War II is you know, pretty mad props and whatnot. It's been a while since World War II's out. I don't know how long Chef Boyardee can coast on that. Yeah, that unfortunately, that's not your fault. That's just kind of advice that people are given. That's true. Okay, as long as, yeah, I guess that's true. As long as he's like not bringing it home, and I don't think he's going to there. Cause like the nice thing that you can really do as well is you can like put on some wash and keep like a little like makeup sponge nearby to wipe off the excess. Like I do a version of that with some like slower drying paints, but even for like a wash, I've seen like really professional guys like put on a bunch of the wash and then just kind of like manipulate it in a way that they can kind of like really get that to kind of just like brush off, which is very neat. Bigger brush on slightly. I put a little bit of that Joe Sonia's magic mix in here because I think I'm just trying to like mostly get. I'm trying to get some like real basic highlights. Oh my god. There we go. Not quite a dry brush, but still kind of like similar ideas. Keep bumping it. So I keep bumping this motherfucker. I'm sure by the end of the night, it's like these bits are what's going to suffer the most. They're the ones that are absolutely going to get chipped. I can feel that in my bones for sure. I guess it's magic mix. Put that on mostly on like the raised bullshits, which is very nice. Yeah, but yeah, because I remember early on, that's how you doing, Stop Motion Gamer. How you doing? I do distinctly remember, like early on, it was kind of like, yeah, not Igrex, sorry, Devlin Mud. I've been painting long enough that Devlin Mud was sort of like the miracle do everything wash. And I remember I went really hard with it, and that was not the correct way to go. That was not the ideal. So I have not played Old World myself. I played OPR Regiments, which is like uses like, you know, kind of like a third-party version of it, which is a lot more simpler, which I personally enjoy. I would like to eventually do OPR though, at least a little bit. Not OPR. I would like to do the Old World maybe like once. Yeah, that was kind of the idea. It's like it's talent in the tub, and like the thing is, like a good wash does tend to like do something like, you know, it does really make it look so like, oh yeah, that little bit back there. How am I gonna do that? What color would be a good fit for that? Good. Oh yeah, golden. Oh yeah. Oh shit, this is the better color I should use. Whatever. Just a little bit of this golden brown that'll probably get me there. Crazy amount. Oh yeah, sorry. OPR is short for one-page rules. They're free? I think they're free. For at least the basics. I know you have to pay a little bit for the advanced rules, which honestly kind of want to do, I'm gonna be real. But they got like a free online army builder. It's pretty nice. But yeah, I've been playing that with a friend of mine because we both kind of got that like, oh, it'd be really cool to do it'd be really cool to play something like that, but also we don't want to like commit. Oh fuck! I missed the ad break. It's fine. You know, at the top of the hour, I'll try to do that like hour delay, like, you know, like one big chunk thing. Ugh, I'll never get used to this new style. I will. Okay, you know, I adapt quickly, but it sucks in the meantime. Just trying to also get like a little highlighty bits and some, like raised flesh. Stuck in the yap zone forever. I mean, technically I'm always stuck in the yap zone. The yap zone will never leave. I will ABY. I will always be yapping for sure. This actually, the magic mix has been doing a lot of good, kind of helping me sort of like maintain like a nice flow on this. Look, Old World Tour. I mean, you could. The thing is, like, Old World, I think, is still kind of an expensive game to get started on. Like, I don't think I would ever recommend like the Old World as somebody's first war game ever. Like, if you got the models kicking around or whatever, like, you know, you can find some used dudes. It's probably not the worst, but also like, stuff like that. Like when that switch, that's a good question. I don't know. I know it's kind of a younger person thinks like because of what I do as a streamer, like I have friends that are kind of in like an early, like a later age bracket than I am. Not like crazy young. I mean like mid 20s as opposed to me being in like my mid 30s. And that's usually where I kind of get that kind of lingo. But it's also just kind of like a lot of times streamer lingo kind of evolves along those same lines. Like that kind of, they'll take that idea and just, that's kind of like common and it'll just sort of percolate through stuff. But yeah, it's, I feel like yapping in the context of like chatting a lot on stream has been, I think this has been a decent amount of that. I think it's been around kind of for a decent bit. I am one with the youth. Yes, that's what all the cool people say. Indeed. There we go. But yeah. But yeah, I don't know. It's like one of those like little things that sometimes I'll not really notice that my vocabulary significantly changed unless someone points it out. I'm like, oh yeah, shit, no, I guess that's changed. How do you do? I actually still to this day don't know exactly. I know who says that. I just don't know. I know it's Steve Buscemi. I just don't know what movie that's from, or if that even is from a movie. I think of like. Okay, zooming in a little bit's not the worst. It's not like the worst here. Okay, I can take it. No, from Spy Kids is where he does that, like, does God stay in heaven because he too is afraid of his creations? That's where that line, I know that one because I remember, like, that's one of those things that, like, as a kid, I don't really process, like, the full gravity of that quote. And then as an adult, you're like, oh, damn. Easy mistake to make, though, to be fair. Totally easy mistake to make. It's just like one thing, like, man. I think Spy Kids was, like, kind of like a decent kids movie. Though I couldn't fully watch it for a while though because the thumbs scared me. I was like, you know, not really scared by a lot of things growing up, but the thumb people viscerally freaked. No, actually, no, sorry, it wasn't the thumb people. It was not the thumb people. My bad. I was misremembering. So like if I remember right, the idea of the first one was like spies or somebody people were being kidnapped and they were being taken to this like island. And they were hit with this like goofy ray or something that would cause them to like shake their head a lot and mutate into this like weird cartoon version. Oh, yeah, I think they became guests on like a kid's show. Yeah. But it's also at the same time they're like they're like mentally stunted when they do that, but clearly are like, what have I become? Yeah, that fucked my shit up. That because like there's like a weird sort of body horror element of like you are transformed into like a form that is lessened. Like against your will, you are made not a human, but you have some cognizance of what's going on. It's like oh god, like. Yeah, it's funny because like now the de-evolution rate doesn't bother me, and like, you know, I have the context for it now a bit to be kind of like, you know, this is, you know, fiction. I can process fiction. At the time, I was like, oh god, oh this is worse. This is terrible. I'm sure somebody, I mean, a lot of people are into things. Wallace and Gromit from the Were-Rabbits. I've actually yet to see a proper Wallace and Gromit from the beginning to the end, but I've also like. You know, I live in the state, like, not that Wallace and Gromit isn't shown in the States, but like, that's definitely one of those things that becomes more of like a universal, like, yeah, I've seen Wallace and Gromit if like you're from like the UK. You know, a lot of UK people are like, I fucking love Wallace and Gromit. And I don't hate Wallace and Gromit, I just don't know him very well. Conceptually. I say him, I know it's, you know, Wallace, like the guy, and Gromit the dog? I think that's the order. I think that's the order of how those work. Dot of yellow. Yay! There we go. Look at me. Tony, oh shit. Need for help. Yeah. That's the thing. It's like you like. You know that kind of like it's kind of like legitimately like not the like diss Spy Kids. But it is the baby version of I have no mouth and I must scream. which is buck wild. Like, I wonder if, like, I'm sure somebody in the room was like, what if I just made baby I have no mouth, but I'm on a screen? Wrong trousers. There's probably gotta be like one Wallace and Gromit that has like a sword fight and or magic in it. I'd be willing to be a little bit lenient for some Wallace and Gromit. It definitely would need to be a palate cleanser movie though. Like what I mean by that, like we just can't go into Wallace and Gromit. We need to see something truly wretched first and need the light of Wallace and Gromit to make us feel better. Curse of the Were Rabbit. Okay, I guess maybe that one would work. No, Curse of the Were Rabbit. I like how the cover is just them chilling. It's just them chilling. It's not the Amazing Digital Circus. Maybe. I have not seen that. Like, it's one of those things that like is on that infinite list of I bookmark it because it seems like it might be cool. And then I just do not touch it ever. I think I would probably like the Amazing Digital Circus. Right now, my only context is that like I know there's some sort of like there's some like VR reality, like people being trapped shit going on. Also, people really want to fuck the rabbit, and people really want to fuck the clown. That's my biggest takeaways. I think more people want to. I've seen more people want to like. Okay, I think I've seen more people want to fuck the clown than want to fuck the rabbit. But the people who want to fuck the rabbit really want to fuck the rabbit. They want to really fuck that rabbit. I have seen that. That is a thing that I've seen online. I guess this also might be another one of those things where it's like a lot of people I know online in online spaces are like VTuber women, so that creates a very interesting like portrait of the world around me. For instance, a lot of my VTuber friends are getting into Deadlock, and Deadlock apparently was like I think Yor was even joking around with it. Like Deadlock was made in a lab to laser target very specific online women. Like it's like really perfect for them in particular. That's true. I mean, a lot of times the rabbit, like actually, isn't there a rabbit clown in One Piece? I vaguely recall something like that. Maybe she's not quite a clown. I do remember there's a rabbit lady in One Piece that I think people want to fuck. Yeah, has a church man. Yours really funny for targeting though, because like there are certain people that have like very, very, very like super telegraphed like this is what I'm into. So if anyone makes anything appeal to those interests, they're like, oh no, please no, this is unfair, bro. It's like, yeah, no, like what you mean the like aged wizened vampire hunter man who's also a priest? Wow. Yeah, but it's like for a lot of the people I know, some of these characters are like it's like fucking like nuclear bomb versus coughing baby. It's like they'll never win. It's impossible. It's unfair. See, that might be true. I don't know very many lesbians. I know a lot of women who act very gay, but I don't know very many lesbians, if that makes any sense. Like for me, there's a difference. There's a lot of people. They're like, oh, you're my wife and I love you and we're so gay. But then there's also like, you know, I'm attracted to women. I want to like, you know, have a relationship with women, kind of lesbian, like an actual one. So you had like the full, like even you had like the full Euro like quality media starter pack then style motion. Oh yeah, heard all those are like generally very solid. Smile more and bring joy to the world. I mean, that's same. Legitimately, that's a good way to live life. Look at you. All right, so we're building. The question is like, what the fuck do I want to like? Do I want to darken the wings? I think I kind of want to bring like a kind of like weird reddish tint to them. Who's that like skin tone I was using? Yeah, Swedish. No, fair. Wait, are Swedes not European? I thought that still counts. Listen, I don't know many things in this world, but I thought Swedes were still European. I could be wrong though. I'm probably one of those things that like, yeah, we're in Europe, but we're not like European. That's a very specific thing. All right, I don't know if this is gonna super work. But I'm mixing that like succubus skin tone with some yellow to kind of create like a kind of yellowy, pinky. I don't know if this is gonna work. Well, we'll try it on one wing and just kind of go from there. That it's basically just a skin color. It did not change. Or I guess I can go tinted. Oh, actually, you know what I can do? All right, I'm gonna scrub a little bit out there. Oh, it's one of those fun things. It's like, yes, we are legally, but we have long-standing country. Oh, right. No, that's fair. That's fair. I got this color earlier. This Proacryl Dark Plum that I have barely used, if to the point that I don't think I have used it. That might be a fun inner wing color. I can kind of like start with that and sort of build it up similarly. I'm gonna try on the other side. We'll find a wing color I like. I believe. Also, you know, rinse that shit out. But yeah, there's another one of those things where it's like a lot of people seem to be like have their brain warped by Deadlock. So part of me wants to try it, but also like, from what I understand, like Deadlock is a hero shooter MOBA, which it's like the Frankenstein combination of two genres that I don't give a fuck about, which is kind of amazing. How you doing, Kyo? How you doing? How you doing? Rings of Hell in Denmark. I know you're maintaining a rivalry, but you thank goodness that you've not driven through true hell, which is Gary, Indiana. I can confirm that. How you doing, Sam? How you doing? How you doing? No, you're fine. I am like an hour. Oh my god, what do you mean I'm like an hour into painting? It's barely been anything. That happens a lot. Like MOBAs and MOBAs and gotchas will have like very cool looking characters, and I'm like, it's a shame I'll never play the media you're from because I could not be asked. Like once again, I think one of my favorite anime character designs of all time is the Tooth Fairy from Reverse 1999. But I will not play a gotcha. I have zero interest in playing a gotcha. I've dipped my toes in them. I gave Uma Musume a chance, but then like Uma Musume especially feels like one of those ones that's like, yeah, you gotta do your daily grind in Uma Musume, or else you're I'm sure you can play that way more casually. It's probably possible. I got a tube of painting. Tube now. But I'm getting the painting be doing good. Yeah, and then side games being, I don't know why they do that. Every now and then there's fucking like, it's kind of amazing that it's like some people will put out like genuinely interesting art, but then they'll just kind of like forget that that's what people like. And just kind of like, cause like, oh god, so like there's that thing that's been going around where like NVIDIA's like, yo, we got this upscaling that's gonna make video games beautiful. It's basically just like an AI Snapchat filter on your video game that takes like basically like two hyper powerful graphics cards to even do, and it's like, oh, it's the ugliest shit because it destroys all art style and it makes everybody look like just the sloppiest of slop. And then they'll use it like it's bad enough when they use it on like Resident Evil 9. And like that looks bad, but like clearly they must have like curated a lot of stuff to make that look like good. But what's really funny is when they used it on the Oblivion remake, and I'm like, listen, Oblivion heads are very special. They're a very specific thing. They're a very specific thing. And when you try to like basically like AI airbrush a fucking Oblivion like Dwemer, oh my god, they look fucking terrible. It's amazing. Yeah, this is gonna be for my technically Warhammer Fantasy, Old World, OPR Regiments, that kind of whole block of games. Yeah, the problem is the problem is like a lot of people aren't very picky. And there's also a lot of people that don't really understand like an art style or like artistic direction. Because like, and this has kind of happened too. Like we've basically been seeing like a microcosm of this happen for years. I mean, like, so like indie spaces are pretty good, but like a lot of AAA spaces, it is just like, like, there is no longer a stylization or realism that you needed to do out of necessity in older gens. Like, why do certain games from the past look the way they do? And some of that is just because, like, you know, they don't have the ability to be photorealistic, so they have to do things smart and stylized and make like stuff that looks good. But there are a type of people that like need more pixels. Grog need more pixels. Style, no, this is gay. Need more pixels. Need Madden more pores. Need more pores in Madden. And it's the worst. The thing is, though, Sam, like, using AI right is boring. It's the best way I can say this, where it's like, there are things you can do for like data management and like checking code or like doing kind of like brute force analysis things. Like, it can do all that. Like, that stuff works and plays to the strengths of like what it can do. But the thing is, like, the idea that like, hey, a developer could ask like an AI thing a quick question and then go back to doing like regular code on their own, it isn't as sexy as selling to shareholders. You can just open it up and tell it what code you want to see, and it makes code like magic. Wow. And like that code will be shit and like really buggy and just like not well thought out because the people doing this aren't developers. They're people who are sold a lie. But the thing is, that doesn't get the general masses hyped. And even they're not particularly stoked a lot of times when, like, you know, Windows is getting slower. How you doing, nobody? How you doing? How you doing? Yeah, it can work for, like, medicine and stuff, but the thing is, like that's not it, like, you know, just sounds really dumb, but the idea of curing cancer doesn't sound sexy. Like, you can't attempt to sell that to investors that, like, what if we got good at curing cancer? No, the idea of like, what if you can make an entire, what if you can make a commercial with no actors that so you don't have to pay like royalties or anything and it can just be done. Like, that's something you can sell, like pitch to somebody who's stupid and they'll be like, I will write you a check now. And that's the unfortunate thing. Yeah, but a lot of people will just be like, "Oh, I hit the magic button, and here you go," because they don't. It's like if you hear anybody talk about vibe coding, they don't know what they're doing. They don't know what they're doing. Like, specifically, that's the for people who are not like very technical. I'm also getting a little bit on the sides, but that's fine. The idea of vibe coding. Oh, sorry, how you doing now, Violet? How you doing? Is that it's just coding by feeling, be like, yo, hey AI, I want like an app that does like this. Wow. And the app's like, okie dokie. And the AI's like, okie dokie, and like spits out code, but they don't know what's going on. Like they don't know what's bad code or good code, or like, oh, this is really inefficient, or like the AI misinterpreted what they were asking for. Because they're not a developer, but like, once again, they just kind of do it, and it's easy to. It's really easy to shill on a YouTube video, like learn how to vibe code in 10 minutes and make your dream video game. Like, that's something that like you can convince somebody to, like, you know, like waste an hour on YouTube for, even if like the end result is gonna be terrible, you know. People don't have cancer longer. Yeah, no, I mean, that is kind of like the inherent weirdness. It's like, you know. Like, I'm okay with the idea of selling goods for services. I get it. That's fine. But there is kind of like a weird thing about the like wanting to entirely remove anyone who would buy goods and services that I think you would like to think of, like, you know, there's that conspiracy theory about like trying to do like breakaway civilizations are like a whole thing you can look into if you ever want to like really get gaze into the abyss, with the idea that the rich have already left. The idea with breakaway civilizations is all the true wealthy people have already left. You would have never known that they really existed because they were like, you know, they could use money to sort of buy their secrecy, or like they come back to visit and they basically will just live in space. They don't give a shit about Earth. They don't give a shit about everyone else because by the time Earth is spent up and used, they'll just drift away and whatever. I think it's basically like drifted out to like a colony ship, but more or less, yeah. But yeah. Basically do like do like a Wall-E, but like that concept is, I think sometimes there's like alternate planets and whatever. Once again, I love conspiracy theories like that because you get into the real weird abyss. I love that kind of stuff. I liked him a lot. Wait, no, I thought that was Spider-Man. Is that also Invincible? I mean, also too, some, you know, a lot of times those conspiracy theories are stupid because, but also a lot of times, you know, short-sighted, like short-term gain looks really, really nice to investors. Like go bringing this back to Magic the Gathering. A lot of the stuff they're doing now is making the sales go really crazy, but a lot of people like, Wizards, I don't think this is gonna be good for the long-term health of the game. And they're like, but sales have never been better, so shut the fuck up. I'm Mark Rosewater. Suck my dick. Oh, Mark Rosewater, you have done some great things for the game, but you are insufferable on Tumblr. He's also like the only one like big figure that I know that still actively maintains a Tumblr blog, which is kind of amazing in his own way. So usually when I do an army, I will have like lore and stuff. For these guys, I don't even really have that, to be honest. Like early on when I was working on these guys, like years ago, like maybe like 5 years ago, I had the idea of basically like a kingdom that sold itself like to Nurgle to kind of like grip onto its power for like just like a little bit longer, and you got to see that sort of early stages of slide into being chaos aligned. But that was a long time ago, and I did not get super far with that idea. Oh yeah, no, the fucking Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle stuff. My LGS is normally like cleared out of stock, and those packs are still there in big numbers. Thank you for the how I need. Oh yeah, I've like barely drank in a while. Oh, also, hold on a second. Before I forget, I'm gonna run the 3-minute ad break. This is the top of an hour. Sorry in advance. It's just, you know, Amazon be dumb. BRB. I will. Oh, let me. Go to the. Oh shit, how's it going, Raiders? Fuck, we're in a bit of an ad break. Hold on, I'm having fun. Can you guys, I don't know how raids work in the middle of an ad break. We'll find out. I forget how this goes. So I love this picture. This is, let's see. Let's see if I can get this to work. Zoom out. Yeah, let's go. I don't know if this is gonna work or not. We'll find out. How's it going, everybody? If you do not know me, I'm Halbernaut the Mimic Elf. I'm a Mindervang VTuber of the Nurgles game variety. What were you working on? What were you working on? You know, I imagine something with bugs. Some bugs? On it? Stuff. Hey, it's to be fair, the nice thing about like doing lore for minis is you can kind of slow roll it as you get like a good feel for your armies and everything. All right, we're back! Yay! There we go. Well, how's it going, everybody? If you do not know me, I'm Halbernaut the Mimic Elf, major being VTuber and Nurgles game variety. Today I'm painting my Chaos Sorcerer Lord on my Manticore. So he's doing pretty good. I'm being really rough with these wings right now, and that's fine. That's fine. All right, we're also back from the ad break. Yippee! Let's go. I really like this dark plum color. This dark plum is from the Pro Acro line. Is nice. Is very, very nice. But yeah. Okay, let's go. You big Gorkin. Hell yeah. you out there gorking your mork on a Tuesday evening? Wow. Fucked up. But yeah, no, like that's like, you know, that's a nice thing. It's like, now that I'm working on these guys a bit more now, like I can work on some lore for them. I could not. Oh, I could wait to see how the like I've been playing against mostly like my friends like zombie stuff. Like I could use that to kind of like, I guess more like vampire counts. Like I could use that to sort of tweak the story for how my guys work. Yeah, I got some options, you know. What do I feel about the new Yorick? Can I be honest? I kind of feel nothing. Like, he's cool. And I'm glad that, like, for people who were excited for Yorick are excited for Yorick, but, like, he doesn't do anything for me in particular. Like, I'm not gonna rush out to get Yorick or, like, do like, traditional guard or whatever. Like, it's fine, you know? I'm not a heavy guard player, but yeah, you know. I'm glad all the people who cared got fed. Let's go. But yeah, I mean, I also, too, I'm gonna be real. Chaos has gotten a lot of good shit lately. I'm not hurting for stuff. Like arguably just the entire, like, Huron, like, little mini range alone has been really, really, really good. I think it's also, like, doesn't it also, like, pretty much lock in that, like, 11th edition's the antagonist of the box is gonna be orcs, I guess? Use them now. I'm gonna be honest, I don't check G-Dub's news a lot outside of Horus Heresy things, so like usually I'll find out from other people what's going on. Cries and agents, I'm sorry, Kyo, you did this to yourself. You shouldn't be in this position, but alas. But yeah. Also Cries of Dark Eldar. That is really sad though. I would love if Dark Eldar got like some time to shine, but I don't know when that's gonna ever be. It does very much seem like orcs are next on the menu though, for sure. It definitely feels like orcs are coming up. Did they like when did they have their edition? Like what I mean, they're like generally like a solid army, but they just keep like getting their shits like sent to like the void. I'm pretty sure what's going on is that they're doing that thing where they kind of do like a bit of a lead and tease to 9th. Like, I'm fairly certain that all these things are just going to sort of, like, kind of, like, ease into that. Now, that would be kind of funny if they're like, you thought it was orcs? Guess what, motherfuckers? It's Dark Eldar. Like, that would be great. I don't think G-Dubs would do that. I don't think G-Dubs would do that, but that would be very funny. To Dark Eldar. I mean, yeah, go for it. I think the idea of having a retro army is kind of nice. I don't know what I would do. I mean, you know, definitely be a chaos thing. Though I've kind of been liking the idea of doing a Black Dragons retro army. Something about that seems pretty fun. Just taking old Marines and just adding like big fuck off claws to their heads. I do like a hideously mutated loyalist chapter that is loyal still, but also like the Inquisition's like, it's kind of fucked up. You guys got bone spurs, and they're like, no, it's fine. We love the Emperor. We use the bone spurs to stab chaos, and I'm like, I don't know, buddy. That's mighty fucked up. It's mighty fucked up. You got like what, like mono Wolverine claws. I don't think that's allowed. I don't think you're allowed to have those. I'm like, no, it's fine. It's fine. I also vaguely recall they do a thing where if they try to pass off other chapters' gene say as their own. I don't know. That's one of those things that like I've heard, and I don't know how canon it is. I guess I can always just go back to that kind of like the cursed founding, like I think there's some like cursed founding white dwarf books I could do. Yeah, 45 is probably too. I don't know. Retro minis are like a whole thing where it's like sometimes you'll find a mini that's just like regular mini price, but sometimes it'll be like, oh yes, this retro mini, $100 million, fuck you. And it's covered with like thick layers of bacon grease on it. You're like, what? Whoever was painting this did something. I don't know what they did, but they did something, and it's fucked up. It's quite fucked up. It is fuck the shit, as they say. That would be cool if they did like a Swarm Lord equivalent. They probably won't. Like, unfortunately, you know, like the eternal like Horus Heresy Primar favoritism is going to be like that forever. The orc player by law will get Yarrick. I don't know. I feel like the orc players that wanted Yarrick would have gotten one already. I kind of believe the whole like Yarrick Razkul rivalry thing is one of those like really overblown things that mostly exist online. I think the average, I could be wrong, but in my experience, the average orc player who doesn't really seem to give that much of a shit. It's kind of like if you ever see somebody online talk about Corvex Corax as like, yeah, he's like a spooky raven demon that's hunting Lorgar. Like that's not true, buddy. That's like, no, he's not doing that. Lorgar has been active, I believe, since like 8th edition. Like doing shit in the galaxy. He's not that's you're spouting headcanon that you probably got from someone else. How you doing, Yori? How you doing? I'm painting my big old flapper. It's going pretty good. It's really nice. It's like I've been having like a really nice time going back to these minis that I got years ago and giving them the TLC. I unfortunately I like Adric, but also like it's people you know, people really kind of buy into the memes sometimes, and it leads to some like I'm okay with people having fun with the memes, but some people get like really defensive and actually more like really aggressive about it, or they just kind of like going like, yeah, I know what's up with the lore. I'm like, you're getting like third-hand information that was already mostly a joke to begin with, my dude. So how you doing, Big Gun? How you doing? Yeah, most of the time orcs don't give a shit. It's kind of fun. But yeah, you know, maybe like if I see some like, also I do hope that like my 3rd edition group eventually does get an orc player. We are currently sitting on Imperial Fist, I believe, Space Wolves, Craft Roll Eldar, and I feel like there's like one more I saw recently-ish. I think a friend of mine's also looking into doing like Penal Legion Guard because he's insane. Oh yeah, same. I've been like all my armies are in a good spot in the games that I play actively, so I'm not doing too bad. Oh god, also I found the wildest shit on my mini factory today as well, just speaking about armies I play. Because like I do that sometimes when I'm like eating dinner. I'll browse like the new minis on there, even though I'm not going to be getting any for a bit. I did have a really good 3D print recently, which is nice. I think my printer's basically back. There's a guy, I can't really couch this any other way, but like there's a guy who's apparently his entire thing is doing topless Catgirl Imperial Guard. And apparently they started doing topless Catgirl Iron Sultanate, which I'm like, what the fuck is this? Like, not offended by it or anything. I'm just baffled. Like, that is a journey you took to get to that idea. Like, there's a fucking topless Catgirl Brazen Bull. I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? He definitely does have a brand, sure. I'm like not doubting that. Just like what led to that idea? Like what led to Sultanate? Like, I'm surprised they didn't do, like, New Antioch or, like, because, like, New Antioch would have been, like, the easiest Catgirl replacement. But no, fucking Sultanate. Like, oh, shit, okay. Yeah, the guy has some niche protection, and honestly, good for them. Hell yeah, let's go. Stop! Hell, I'm already sold. I mean, you can find them. I don't know if I want to link them, but you know, if you want them, you can find them. I was looking at the iron, not iron bull, the brazen bull they did. I was like, well, I need to bring stuff over to tits, but the frame is actually kind of solid for like something that could be a fun project. All right, I'm gonna let the boy drive for. Actually, hold on. Which one? Okay. I mean, Court technically has the most animal people like by Raw. By Raw, the Yoke Fiends are like half animal abominations. Now they're mutant and horrible, and they don't like it. But like they are the one. They're canonical. I feel like the Heretic Legion and New Antioch are pretty even. Black Girl probably least, just you know how it is. I'm just vibing with this music. What would be okay? So Sultanate is in the like I didn't think this would happen, but it did. Tier, and then there's like I don't know if it'll be like the last one. I don't know. How do you want to start with the haircut? So I'm trying to go for like pale skin. What the fuck color do I want to do for the hair? I was kind of thinking about doing like a mahogany. I have like a mahogany color as like a space. There we go. Just kind of build up from there. That's probably the way to go. Keep it kind of like same color. That's true. I guess you could make a homunculus. Okay, so like we'll go what's it called? You can find it. You can find it. I believe you. We'll go canonical catgirls would be the courts. Theoretical canonical catgirls would be Sultanate. I feel like trench pilgrims would be tricky because on one hand, like they're very helmet based. Now, if you took the copyrights and like added little pointy side ears, that would be really fun. But otherwise, I think the things that make the pilgrims fun kind of directly interfere with being catgirls. This is what I'm talking about. We're like, I legitimately forgot that this model is just kind of a pain in the dick to paint. Like, this might be the only stream I painted on stream. We'll find out though. You know, I'm willing to give it a go. These are all horns? Fuck, hold on. I figure out like what is what on this guy. I have the original. Not original. Oh, so okay, that is just hair. Okay. You have horn? Okay, they just got the front tusks. I'm looking at the old world box that you can get now, I guess. The kitty wrote. Oh yeah, no, you know, I'm on the internet. I can't avoid seeing bonks, but like I think I just saw the whole downstairs business of a plague knight once. I'm like, huh. That's a thing. That's a thing. Like that a lot. It's like that on the interwebs. Kind of weird because like I've tried to cut like it's weird. I find that like the Twitter's like algorithmic scroll is like too much. Like it's just too like, you know, like it's designed to waste my time in a way that I feel cheated out of my time and I don't enjoy myself there. So I've tried to cut any ability to view that on Twitter. So I got that like banned from like blocked from my own like desktop version. I don't keep Twitter mobile at all. Like the Blue Sky one is a bit more curated, so I don't mind that as much. But also in that same thing that like if I browse that for too long because so there's like the official Blue Sky feed thing is pretty bad. So there's like a lot of like third-party recommendation variants. And like one of them is the one I'm using, which is kind of like it takes like posts your friends made and kind of tweaks them from there. Some sort of algorithmic magic. I don't know exactly what they're doing there. And because of who I follow on there, just every now and then just things get like weirdly spicy for no reason. Yeah, no, it's literally God, this guy's hair is just Yeah, okay, I guess this is also hair. Maybe. I don't know. I don't fucking know. Imperial Sweden depicted in fiction. I'm sure, you know, I'm sure that's doable with the right bits in Trench Crusade now, which is kind of nice. There's just like enough third-party variety out there to make that real. Oh my god. I gotta firmly grasp this in like the most annoying way. Oh my god, why did I do this? Why did I paint this today? Why did I just... It's because like I know once it's done, it's going to look really nice on the table, which is why I was like, I'll give it a go. Give it a go. And I'm gonna scream otherwise. So what you said, what other models you plan to paint today? Ideally just this. Like that's the thing that like I try to do when I set like a specific stream model. There's been times I'm like, yeah, I'm not really feeling the actual model, which is like, well, sometimes I'll go to like other models I have on my desk, or sometimes like the model that I'm working on just gets done quicker, which is another reason I'll do that. I do generally want to get this guy done at some point, because like, you know, I've got stuff. So how you doing, CEO of Paint Consumption? How you doing? I'm trying to work on the Manticore, and he is like nothing but wide wings. He used to have more narrow wings, and then I purposely... So this is the funny thing. I made the wings wider. Like I did a bit of like gluing and using some sprue glue to kind of widen them. And you're like, how? Why did you do that? It's because previously the wings were so close that you could barely reach the sides of the body. It really crowded the model. So I was like, I'm gonna like air it out a little bit. I'm gonna like really spread that out. We'll see how that goes. Oh yeah, congrats on the hike. How you doing for 104? How you doing? Is rising from the dead and or hiking. Oh yeah, let's go. Good shit. I will say at least with a base coat it does like immediately start looking pretty legit though. I'll definitely... Hey, let's go. Boys. I got a couple of projects up as well I gotta start doing as well. So, like, my group is still working on the big, like, Armageddon, Apocalypse style Turnip 28 game, and I got a big giant model printed for that, like an actual giant that I want to use as a lump, specifically because I want to give the lump like a gigantic fuck off flag. I want him to be like the kind of like, because a lot of the people in my local area, they're like, this is my turnip army. They're part of the X faction, and they all work together. I have like 3 or 4 sub-factions that I kind of bounce around with. And I wanted to basically have like the idea that they're getting together for like one big kind of like desperate times battle. So they're operating under like one big kind of like coalition force. And in particular, there's like a giant with like a gigantic flag that is sort of the mixed regimental flag of all their stuff. I'm like, oh, that'd be cool. And the giant finally got printed, which is neat. I need to go and actually do that. Yeah, Yark's back. Yeah. Hey, it's all good. Have a good night. Have a good night, stop motion. Take it easy, yo. Also, I have to say, I'm really glad that the new widget's not breaking either. I was really worried that the combo chat was going to be really wonky, and mind you, it still could. So far, not too bad. I know there's like a whole bunch of other features that StreamerBot can do that I have not looked into. That's sort of the next step. Like this is the most immediate need. I'd like to fuck around with that a little bit more. Yeah, though the weather's been so fucky lately. I was in an area where they're like straight up like this is a tornado watch. The winds are becoming like crazy miles per hour. And I was like, oh, okay, this is great. Like it was like one of those things that like I was like, you know sometimes when life is just keeps throwing shit at you and you're like, I don't care anymore. Whatever, sweep me away, Dorothy style. I don't give a shit. I'm ready, motherfuckers. But I was also like, man, it also really suck if, like, my shit gets blown to pieces before a move. I guess I lighten the load a little bit. Oh, we haven't gotten our pollen season yet. Pollen season fucks my shit up. I mentioned this before, but I'm allergic to, like, basically everything but dogs and pine trees. As far as, like, outdoor stuff go, luckily, I don't really have any food allergies, and I'm not lactose intolerant. So, like, that's fine. I can take a allergy med every now and then when I need to go outside. It's not the biggest dealio. If it means I can keep eating cheese unabated. God, there's so much stuff. Do stuff by this. It's just basically just like the Animal Crossing like little balloon thing. Like, yeah, you know, it's flying into your town. We don't know where, but you'll find it. You'll probably find it. I believe. I need to go back and probably touch up a lot of the fur, but first blush, looking pretty nice. There we go. Look at you, looking like a thing. Very, very. This is definitely like a different color scheme than I mean, it's very similar to the schemes I usually go for, but there's definitely like a very, very nice looking kind of shade to this. Yeah, it looks good. I'm gonna also just stick this directly in its mouth and swizzle some like evil red in there because I just need it to look like, you know, interior of mouth. But yeah, it's been the weather's been fucking nuts recently, and I'm glad it's calming down. Hopefully. Sip. I gotta say, this Toho Trends playlist, I was just like listening through like my big kind of unified like anime bullshit playlist. I was like, this Toho Trends song kind of fucks. Like Toho is super funny, where it's like people have made so much fan material for Toho that you can just basically look up whatever. You can basically just look up whatever, like whatever musical genre you want in particular. Just you can find a Toho variant of it, and chances are it's really good. Like, for all the various fandoms who have come and gone, and I don't even think Toho people are gone yet. I just don't think there's ever any good. I don't think there's ever going to be anything quite like Toho, like, which is kind of nice. It also makes me feel bad as like a secondary because I'm just, oh fuck, I hit the. That was not the tongue. I'm bad at Toho games. I've beaten the embodiment of the Scarlet Devil, I believe, but like I didn't. I had to use continues. I had to use continues like a scrub. It's my eternal shame that like one day I would like to go back and get that done. But the thing is, like, I know some people stream Toho games, but I don't think the idea of streaming a shmup while you're playing it is like crazy to me because those games require so much concentration. So I'm gonna let this guy drive for a little. Oh yeah, also I need to do my brick. So for context, I want to try an idea. I've been talking about wanting to kind of like merge my streams and like my minis things. So this is from Bestiarum. It is just like a little like dungeon tile. And what I want to do, I want to paint it. I want to take a picture of it like flat on, and I want to sort of what's it called? I want to do that, and I want to try to like Photoshop it a bunch of times into one big background and have it kind of scroll. Like, you know, like some VTubers will just have like scrolling background stuff. I want to do that, but I want to try to make it like from a real object and just see how it looks. I just want to see how it looks and kind of go from there. I want to be more mixed media. I want to be a lot more mixed media. I have the potential. I have the skills and the resources to be more of a mixed media VTuber than I actually am, and I want to try to lean into it. This is also very maybe. Whoa. I need to remove the seal from this. I was looking at learning how to do live 2D rigging because this is a thought that I come into as a VTuber monster boy, shit's expensive. Shit's never going to stop being expensive. And like, if I really, really, really want to be able to kind of like potentially do some really cool things in the future with that, I think I just need to learn how to do this on my own. I think I must become my own father. I must Philip J. Fry myself for maximum potential. Oh yeah, just do like the brick. I was thinking about it because I know you can technically do like FPS games in like Godot or something like that, and that might be kind of neat. Yeah, I legitimately do think like Judero and what's the other game? Kind of like oh yeah, Machina. Also, his other game got funded barely. I think Abide got it funded. I hope so. It's the one that's like very like adult horror. It's like you're in like a basically like a insane asylum commune where you're sort of just like, you know, you're kind of like mentally kind of checked in. You're not allowed to leave. You're hanging out with the patients during the day and kind of building friendships, and then during the night, like murder bullshit happens. So like what you do during the day affects that. How you doing, Robert? How you doing? Wait, is it fucking St. Patrick's Day? Shit. Today's probably been the least St. Patrick's Day I've ever really seen. It has been very un-St. Patrick-y where I've been at. Like, I don't think anybody even near me, like, mentioned it. It was just entirely just forgot. To be fair, unless you're drinking, I don't think St. Patrick's Day holds much of a holiday for us in the States. If you're drinking, it's a very different story, but like, you know, I was not drinking today, so thus nothing has changed. Gonna do a little bit of a kind of like drab brown dry brush. I also like reprimed my dry brush thing. It is very much Happy Excuse to Get Drunk Day, you know. I thought they still had. I thought McDonald's got Shamrock Shakes. I don't know. Did they stop, or did they just like run out? Like get those little like vines and stuff. I mean, this part's actively, the base is actively small enough I can kind of zoom in and give it like a bit more of a look. The dead people in Coke. Listen, I remember that Ireland exists. I don't need reminders on that. It's mostly just the drinking bit. I think I might try to go back and bring that like tarnished blue in some spots as well. There we go. Space. I'm very happy with the way this base turned out. Oh god, hold on. I need to take a drink. I don't know if I know Dungeon Soup as a video man. My recent video man thing I've been on to was a guy named Noodle. Like I was aware of him that he did like those like funny video edits. I think I've already mentioned this guy before, but I've been watching more and more of his stuff, and it's been neat. I've been enjoying the videos. I'm kind of sad though. He did like a indie game you should play, and they're all stuff I've heard of. I was like, oh no, I've heard of it. It was like Slayer X and some other stuff. I do need to play Slayer X, but I feel like if I would need to finish Hypnospace first, and it's been so long since I streamed Hypnospace, I definitely need to start from the beginning. And I remember I got like really stuck on a particular puzzle. Fuck. In there, buddy. Activate. There we go. Okay. Oh yeah. Like even Halloween in the US is very specific depending on like your age bracket and like where you're at. Like Halloween in like a college town is a very different mood than like Halloween in the suburbs kind of deal around here too. This is nice and dry. It's also gonna look a lot different once I start getting the. Oh, I should probably. I don't know. What do I do? Yeah, I'll do the. I got like a stone gray that I can dry brush on once I remember where I put it at. Oh, there we go. Stonewall gray. Nice. Hey, it's all good. I mean, I'm still gonna be painting in like an hour, so you'll be fine. You'll be fine. Do not worry. Do not worry. Slate Aspire 2. I played. I think Monday I played a lot of Slate Aspire 2. I have to be very careful on that. I think luckily for me, I'm not in that much danger for Slate Aspire 2. Mostly just because it's early access still. I mean, I've been having fun with it, but I really like what Slate Aspire does for early access. Instead of doing like AI placeholder art where they just do shitty MS Paint doodles. They're like, yeah, we're gonna give proper art for this later. I'm like, fuck yeah, let's go. Let's go. How you doing, Mantis? How you doing? I'm working on chaos bullshit, and it's going pretty good. I put this particular little bit of stone really specifically just so that the Manticore has something to step on, which is kind of a funny little coincidence. You slush today? What do you mean I slush? Not there. I'm not disagreeing with you. I just need you to explain what you mean when I am slush. Oh, it really is, yeah. Also, to be fair, they're like I grew up in an era where I find shitty MS Paint art really charming. Like that's definitely one of those things that like we as a society have lost over the years. The idea of just doing like a shitty MS Paint doodle. They're just not as common as they used to be, and it makes me sad. Makes me big sad. I mean, I'm technically complicit because I am not myself making shitty MS Paint doodles. I should do that more. Am I drinking? Oh no. I had to have a job today, and then I went home and I ate dinner and I streamed. So I've done 0 drinking. Could I drink if I wanted to right now? Yes. Like I will be working from home tomorrow, so I could if I wanted to. I don't think I need to though. I don't think I really want to. It's fine, you know. I don't hate drinking, but I need to be like really in the mood or have like a real, like, it sounds weird saying that like I don't consider that like a St. Patrick's Day that I forgot about is not like a strong drive for me to want to do that. Now if I made like St. Patrick's Day plans on my own, probably, but like for this it's just kind of like I feel I'm forcing it. Oh, don't worry, I'm not. Don't worry, I'm not. Oh, it's probably just like slush, slosh, you know, just different ways of just saying you're drunk. Oh, got like little bit in there. Yeah, it's like way up in there, so I can get the rest of that dry brush and just kind of hit that up regular style. Yeah, don't worry. I'm fine. I'm an adult, so I got shit under control generally, so that's all good. Do not worry. Thank you for the hydrate and stretch. Do we need to do any other dry? Not right now. So we'll go ahead and rinse that. For me. Take a bite of you nerds. I like, once again, oh god, there's like a very magical angle where like shit's getting blocked. That's something I'm kind of excited for the new place. I kind of want to like redo like this setup that I used to paint. This was not engineered. This is 6 years worth of streams just kind of building into like what I'm doing now. I would love to be like, okay, I'm gonna take all this info I know and do this slightly differently. So I'm like looking forward to that a little bit. Also get that turquoise. Go with the 1 layer MS Paint. Hey, let's go. Hell yeah. I like hearing people getting into art and stuff. Fuck yeah, let's go. That's what I said. Oh wait, fuck, shit. That's dry now. You know, I guess I don't need to use the dry brush. I can just overbrush with this boar bristle brush, which has been... By the way, if you ever just need like a workhorse brush, like one that doesn't need to be like, have like a tip. Boar bristle brushes kind of fuck. They're kind of like legitimately very nice for that sort of dealio. If I've redeemed for it. Oh yeah, yeah, there's like a couple that do have those redeemed. I know I've seen it around. I could not name any names off the top of my head, but I know exactly the kind of stuff you're talking about. It's because I'm trying. Yeah, let me get my dry brush. It's not that this is bad. What I'm doing right now is I'm trying to be like, I'm trying to be way too careful not to fucking just like fuck up the brush. And you do kind of inherently gotta you have to kind of get up in there if you really want to get like a good dry brush going. There we go. This is gonna be a very basic tusk ton. Like I kind of want to get something a bit more in theme to my colors and whatnot, but the goal right now is just to try to see if I can get a mixed media scrolling background that looks good. I can always print more tiles. I can always do. What I really kind of like to do in theory. This is a very in theory. I don't know when, if this is gonna ever happen. But I would really like to do is eventually build like little terrain diorama doodlies, and then use that to kind of like use them for stream backgrounds. Kind of two birds, one stone sort of deal. I was like, that'd be neat. All right, get that. Let's see what needs to be metal. I think this little. I feel like this little thing could be. I feel like that little bowl thing could definitely be tarnished. Get that up. Probably get like the interior. I think I've always like, for some reason, whenever I've seen these little things, I always do like the interior like that. Probably these little rivet bits, maybe that little bit in there. I don't know. Once again, this is a base, so I don't need to drive like crazy attention away from the big boy, but this is also going to be like, I mean, I do also still want to have like a chaos. I would like to have a Chaos Lord on a dragon, but I also know that like that's one of those models that if I ever do play the old world, people are going to be like, are you big cheesin'? And the answer is no. I just happen to have a dragon. I just happen to like chaos. So I think a cool guy on a big dragon is really cool. But yeah, apparently they're like one of those things that like, hey guys, it turns out Games Workshop is really bad at balancing rank and flight games. I'm sure all of you are shocked by this news. Absolutely flummoxed that they're just not great at balancing rank and flight games. I know. Shocking. But yeah, apparently that was sort of the like meta I've heard of, which once again, I don't give a shit about meta, like following meta, but I'm always really like aware of it because I don't want to accidentally inflict something that's BS on other people. So sometimes I'll study meta stuff just to look for stuff to avoid, but also I do want to run a big dragon. Maybe there's like ways, I think there's like a certain combination of like from what I understand, that there is a series of traits you can give the dragon that makes it like nigh invulnerable. So maybe the idea is I just need to like not bring those, or find out what those are. Like if it's like a magical armor or whatever, don't bring them, and that'll be fine. Oh, did they? So that makes sense to me. Cannons feel like they should be the natural counter to dragons, I guess. Depends. If you're just talking about like an idea, that's fine. If you start posting the entire list, that's just gonna flood the entire chat. So I would not recommend doing that. If it's just like I would want to explain like a quick concept and like a, you know, I think that'd be fine. Oh, it's just a little idea. That's fine. You know, I always have to. Nothing you're doing wrong is that usual. I just need to, you know, I have to clarify for stuff. Yeah, Metascape are legit because like when I play, it's kind of that thing. It's like, there's like a concept in certain Magic circles where it's like deck build like a casual but play like a spike kind of deal, where it's like I kind of like that idea of like, yeah, like when I play, I'm gonna play hard, but also like I don't want to do anything like really stupid, crazy, and just a pure list building aspect. Save the rolls. Ah, I got you. Good. So like, wait, so you're saying cannons could counter them, but like if you caught with your pants down as a cannon guy, your shit also still got fucked. So is that the way I'm reading that? I could be misinterpreting that a wee bit. But yeah, that's kind of sad that they took away the counter for that. I guess maybe people didn't like their big centerpiece models getting blown off the table, but you do kind of have to have a counter for stuff like that, though, or else the big centerpiece models just dick slap everything. Each of these. So I need to get from this side. Oh, that's not so bad. It's always funny in this like little in-between stage where everything is still blue. Like it's like, oh yeah, this is like you're taking this very nice stone and you're just kind of like bluing it up. Like, yes, I am. Little gate as well. I know eventually I'm gonna knock off like those little wiggly gate bits are. I definitely feel like I'm going to eventually just like accidentally just remove this entirely. It'll be fine. If that just comes off by like my naturally just accidentally smashing a finger into it, it was meant for that. Oh, okay. So they were just so good that they basically super duper hard counter that entire unit. So like, also they probably balanced it back to make them less dangerous. And then dragons just like, it's that thing that like when the natural predator of a certain species dies and then like the thing it preyed upon just really explodes. Ah, got you. That makes more sense. Like one little bit around here. There we go. Only turret space. I mean, you definitely have to like make sure your opponent was cool with you kind of mixing the two armies, but like, yeah, I mean, that'd be neat. I mean, I'm gonna be honest. It's not the first time the Imperium has tried to take control of the Tyranids. Like, are you aware of this is like an old Forge World book called like the Infelion, I think the Infelion Project? Which, I love how blatantly G-Dubs is just like, yeah, here's this cool thing, I'm gonna steal it. I'm gonna steal this entire ass concept for it. Pretty great. But yeah, no, that is totally an option. Also, how do you feel about the new StarCraft minis that are out? I don't know if I'll end up getting them just because of the really awkward time. Yeah, the fact that they're just like, we're gonna make Tyranid Jurassic Park, I'm sure nothing bad could possibly happen. Ooh, okay, you're gonna... So, like, this is, like, for, like, a long time ago, like, this is before my time in knowing about the stuff. But, like, they used to release these, like, black books that had, like, a bunch of cool lore and stuff in there. So, yeah, the Infelion Project was them, like, don't ever buy these books physical. Unless you have like, you know, if you have the free money for it, go for it. They're ungodly expensive because they're really cool, but also like they have not been released for years. But yeah, basically they tried to do, in that book, they tried to do a Jurassic Park. There's also like a bunch of those like if you ever see those like fuck off gigantic, super big Tyranids that don't really see tabletop play, I think that's generally where those kind of come from. You get that little, like, fucked up little patch of... Fuck, no, I wanted to get... This is the wrong color. I got drab brown. I wanted to get this fucking ivory color. Yeah, I think generally if you look around, you can find, like... This is also the same series of books that did, like, the whole, like, Bad App War back in the day. Siege of Rax. Stuff like that. Like... Those books are really, really cool. Unfortunately, if I remember right, it was like... Is it Andy Bly or Aaron Bly? But basically, the guy who sort of ran Forge World was doing a lot of the heavy lifting. And, like, once he died, it just kind of stopped. Like, a lot of that kind of stuff stopped, which is kind of sad. Oh, there's another gate. Oh, there's, like, another little gate thing. And then eventually Forge World got folded back into G-Dubs and became their kind of, like, resin line. Yeah, I mean, yeah, definitely, like, especially as someone who's new, don't stretch yourself super thin or else you're going to have, like, you know, I think developing a good mini painting cadence is going to help you in the long run. This is definitely one of those, like, do as I say and not as I do kind of lessons because, you know, my backlog is eternal. The model that well, I mean, this is a base I printed, but, like, actually, even the base is recycled, you know? I'm very sad that the only time I've seen any of those books, like, in a shop, like, there was a couple that was just like, here's every Space Marine tank. Here's a tank. Here's stats. There's no pictures or lore or anything. We introduced super heavies in this edition, so if you don't care about playing super heavy tanks in whatever edition this is, this book is worthless to you. I was like, man, like I walked up, I was like, oh shit, these are a hard find. They're like $15, no way. And I was like walking up to the counter, I was like super excited. But yeah, I mean, if it had more pictures, I would have, but it had like basically just tank stats, like just the stats really, and stats and names. And I was like, this is not exciting whatsoever. I just went and just like put it back on the shelf. I'm like, somebody will like this more than I will. Oh yeah, to be fair, the Middle-earth strategy battle game is like a pretty solid game. It's one of those games though that it's like it's a actively supported G-Dubs game, but it's going to be very region dependent. Like, if you like, you know, if you want to paint them just to paint them, go for it. I will say they are like, I think, doesn't G-Dub still say they're 28 millimeter? But like, the proportions and everything are definitely closer to 32 mil these days. Lord of the Rings are like proper traditional 28 millimeter minis. A Lord of the Rings orc is going to look like an itty bitty baby man compared to any Marine, really. I mean, even some of the older ones for sure. Which, once again, not necessarily a bad thing. Just more like a know kind of what you're getting into. I'm gonna let you know what you're getting into before you go too deep. Steal this in DMC if you double steal it. Some people really like that. there's it's every now and then, like, I see people, like, there's like people that I've seen that like get their own voice DMCA'd. What the fuck is happening here? Oh shit, they got, okay, so there's like another little chaos art I could also kind of there. Yeah, that at least with the fact that you like Uruk-hai is really handy, because then you could just do the Isengard battle host, and like, you know, depending on where you buy it from, I believe that's like anywhere from like $80 to $100. Like, that's not bad. And you can kit expand. It's also kind of interesting because, like, so in 40K, the idea of a soup army where you mix traits of different armies together into like one gigantic whole is kind of uncommon. But like soup armies in fucking Lord of the Rings, like anything that's Mordor style, you can just, like, anything that like has ever been used by like the bad guys, really mix and match pretty well. Not 100%, but yeah, I mean that one will give you like a pretty solid force from what I understand. I bought the Mordor one ages ago and I've not done really much with it. The Mordor orcs are kind of in a weird spot where it's like they're cool, but they were originally clearly made to be, so all these were metal minis at one point. And clearly they like reworked them to be, they reworked the metal minis to be plastic. But at least for them, like the Mordor orcs, some of those details are like really, really soft. Like sometimes like the way like a bit of armor will transition to like skin will fit really, really weird. For when I was painting, I was like, just, there's not like a good break point. Like it's like normally you'd be like, oh yes, this shirt is now pants. There's a clear dividing line between shirt and pants, and some of those orcs just didn't feel like they had that really like nailed down. Yeah, I mean a lot of those are gonna be orcs, so you know, if you be really sure you like Uruk-hai, but like, you know, you could totally do that. There's also like, I don't remember the guy's name, but there is like a blog that like one particular dude runs that is like pretty much like every, like a walkthrough of like every army possible. The game also recently got a new edition. I don't think it's gonna super affect you or whatever, but like, just keep in mind that like some things that are like more than 2 or 3 years old will be referring to the second edition. We're currently on third. Yeah, they're not bad. I will say they're not like awful sculpts. Just definitely like keep in mind with what you're working with. Sorry, I'm drinking. But drinking water. Actually, that's not true. I was drinking gamer subs that time. Now I'm drinking water. Yeah, I gotta mix and match. Looking for the brown I was using earlier. There we go. But I think this would be fun. I also like, if you want like a newer model, they're doing Boogie Woogie. Oh fuck yeah, let's go. War Dogs are super rad. I think I've basically painted every War Dog I will ever need to paint. There is part of me that would love to do another Chaos Knight one day. I would love to do another Chaos Knight one of these days, but like, that's the one tricky thing, is because I play older editions generally. Like, you know, Chaos Knights don't really have an older edition equivalent. So out of all my armies, I think at this point, like, every army I've ever painted has at least some component that has seen like tabletop play, except for Chaos Knights. Like, maybe if I ever like play a newer edition of 40K, I might try to bust those out specifically. Hate them on there. Hey, I mean, that'll totally work. That'll totally work. There's also, from what I don't know if this exists, but there's a side game called Middle Earth Strategy Battle Game Battle Companies, which is also like a much smaller, which is like a much smaller thing you can play too. That's like I believe it's like there's only so many amount of points you can spend, and you can't run like any like named characters. But I know that's also like a nice kind of like way that people have done like slow grow leagues and kind of like have like campaign style gameplay where like your guys level up and whatnot in between games. I don't know if 3rd edition supports that, but I'm vaguely aware. Like if you and your brother each did like that, if that still exists, where like you and your bro could each like, you know, run Orca, like run something that runs Orca, you have your own little orc captain dude, and just kind of build up to that. That could be a good way. Or like if one of you goes Isengard and the other goes Mordor, you could kind of go like different flavors of orc, kind of build up from there. So that's also potentially an option. Like I said though, I know that existed in 2nd edition. I don't know if there's a 3rd edition equivalent. Oh yeah, no problem. I was very lucky that like a podcast I listened to for a while went through a stage where they were playing the fuck out of that. Apparently the ghosts under the mountain are really, really busted, but I don't think that's gonna be a problem for what you got going on, so. There, but yeah, glad I could help. It's one of those games that like I would probably be more inclined to paint mine if I had like a scene nearby, but nobody plays that game where I'm at, which is saddening. Because some of the models are really, really bitching. Got your staff. Got so many skulls. I know this is a Warhammer model, but stuff like that. Warrior goblins exist too. They do. Also, like once again, that like there's also War of the Ring, which is like scaling that upward to mass battles, which is gonna be way out of your budget. I still really love that one dude's like Mines of Moria army. Like I still think that this is like the tightest shit ever, and I would love to. I just kind of like also the idea of having just like an army of just like a bunch of creatures. Like, you know, I do like chaos and stuff, but all mine are like ostensibly dudes. Oh yeah, no, there's like, I think more or less if you can think of anything that happened in the Peter Jackson, because you know they're very clearly tied into the Peter Jackson movies, but they do also occasionally will dig into stuff. Also, I believe there's like a couple of OC Do Not Steals. Like so when I was looking to build stuff for it, I was looking to build the sub faction that was for the Angmar. And they had like a guy named like Goldiver or something. Basically, they just had the big fuck off huge demon thing. And from what I understand, that character never existed and was just like a G-Dubs made up character to fill a niche. I think from what I understand, I don't think Eagles are as good anymore. This is another one of those things that I was just idly browsing Goonhammer and they talked about like competitive Middle-earth strategy battle game. I think the Goblins of Moria had a sub-faction that gave you the equivalent of like always having some guy playing the drums. So you would just like have a bunch of really high morale goblins and then the Balrog and you would just crush shit. I think that got nerfed. Also, apparently, like the guys from the Hobbit, the bear family is apparently really good, which is very funny. That's like, yeah, I know that the bear family, the Bjorns or whatever, is like, you know, like important in the context of that story. But out of like all the Lord of the Rings things, they're definitely one of the more gulp shitto kind of things. So it's like, yeah, oh yeah, they're tearing up the meta. Get the jewelry bits. There's also a bunch of skulls on there, which I need to get. Don't talk. You're not wrong there. You're not wrong there. To be fair, the Balrog looks pretty bitchin'. He's also one of those fun models that if you don't give a shit, like I think the Balrog's on his 60 mil base. So he's one of those weird ones you could probably... I think he's on 60 mil. I think you could run him as a Demon Prince functionally if you really wanted to. Like, I don't think anyone would ever stop you if you showed up to like a 40k game with the Balrog as your Demon Prince. Assuming he's on the right size base. I just like the ring race quite a lot. Like, I kind of wanted to build that like very by the book, like, hey, you build like, I believe you can afford 7 ring wraiths. They're all on the horse. Oh, they're all on horse. And that's it. It's very expensive to build IRL. I mean, without 3D printing, but also there is a lot of options there. Lad, he is very messy. Also, I need to figure out what color I eventually want to do for the bones. I'll probably work on that. I'll probably work on that a bit later. Looking pretty legit so far. Things I need to do for sure. The metal. Oh yeah, the fell piece is pretty bitchin'. My shop had one for a while, and I kept looking at it, and it was like, it was definitely at that like, this is too much money for what is essentially like a Flight of Fancy model. But I'm like, man, fell piece too spicy. I will say, Warp Miniatures, their what's it called? Their Nazgul line is really, really nice. I've printed a couple of those out for various other projects, but technically, if I shrank those down in size by like maybe, theirs are very much too big for the Lord of the Rings scale. So I think if I shrunk them down maybe by like to 85% their height, I could probably run them as is and still be pretty legit. This is like way too. There's also like a decent amount of like third-party orcs and what's the fucking, it's I think North Star has a really good, they're technically goblin. Okay, actually, if I remember right, like let's see, North Star. If I remember right, their Oathmark orcs are more like Uruk-hai, and then their goblins are more orc scale. Like oh god, I wish there's a bigger picture of these. I'll do the box art though. This is like technically if you wanted to still look Lord of the Ringsy, but kind of stray more towards maybe like kind of Ralph Boxy style. This is kind of an option. So like this is their box of just regular orc infantry. And these are like only like $30, 30, 40. 25 euro. Okay, so that's not too bad. I think you can get them on Amazon for like 30-ish. That will also give you a bunch of orcs. Let me give you the link. I think you can buy these on Amazon as well, so like you don't have to get through there. Also, oh yippee! Generally. Oh, actually, hold on. Let me try some real quick. Because I have a chat that I believe if I go. Aha! Ooh. So this new combined chat is functionally like a floating chat I have access to. That does combine everybody if I really wanted to. But the nice thing is I can type one thing and get it posted in both spots. So I need to take my Nightbot commands, rip them out from the two separate silos and put them into one place. The tricky thing is if this ever goes down, I might tank a significant portion of my own streaming ability, but like, man, that's still cool. Technology. Wow. I love technology. This is really nice. This is one of those things that like I do feel like a lot of the like nuts and bolts bits of my stream have gotten stagnant because I got something that works. So I need to do little more things like this very often. That's like, yeah, there we go. This, frees up screen real estate, has some cool new features. I have not even done all the various like fun little actions and stuff. The big thing that I want to try to do, I want to make it so that people on YouTube somehow have an option to do like Nanner's fan club stuff and like do points and whatnot, Yes, it is a very comfy basket, to be fair. You're not wrong there. Right, let's see. Get the little coins and stuff here as well. Let me get a little bit more turquoise. There we go. But yeah, technically, like if you I still think those like if you're like interested in the Lord of the Rings minis, definitely like those like battle hosts are pretty legit. I would say like if you like if you want all your armies to look the same too, you could go for G-dub stuff. But like if you just kind of want to have a bunch of orcs, and you don't mind like a little bit of like style incongruity, I do think the North Star figures would be like a pretty good like way to go. Because the tricky thing it's one thing that I do need to warn you about that game. A lot of the Middle Earth strategy battle game minis are out of production, G-Dubs restocks them sometimes, but they take a bit. And there's some resin kits that just have not gone back into circulation. So like if you're ever like, oh, I would like to get this mini for the game from G-Dubs, but it says that they're out of stock on the web store, mostly assume the idea that they're gone forever. And that like do what you got to do to get a hold of those, whether it's like, you know, like 3D prints or like third party or eBay, whatever you got to do, whatever you got to do. Because unfortunately that game is like, it's funny because like really, so at one point from what I understand that like when G-Dubs was in like a really dire set of financial circumstances, the license pretty much like buffed them the hell out because so basically like it hit like the license was a really good thing for the company and probably saved them in the long run. But also like now that hump has been cleared and now that like, you know, I still like the Lord of the Rings movies and everything, and people generally do, but they don't have like the same like cultural grip they used to have anymore. Where the idea of like a little Aragorn mini with a slightly wonky face no longer is enough. Oh shit, it's about ad break time soon. Yeah, let me go into, cause I need to like stretch my legs and get some water anyway, so this might not be a bad spot. Let me do that real quick. Sorry, everybody. Twitch mandated ad break. Boo. All right. Let's go a little bit in there. How you doing, Jay? How you doing? I'm unfortunately going to send you to the ad Shadow Realm real quick, just because it's Twitch is being dumb. All right. Let me also. BRB. Woo. Waterproof clothing. That's why they've called raincoats. I gotta go. I gotta go. I gotta go. Watch some ads. Repent for your sins. You really have. Fuck yeah, let's go. All right, hold on, BRB. All right, I'm back. Yippee! Let's go. All right. All right, let's go. Let's go. Let's go. How's it going, everybody? Got my water. Over here. I also grabbed some of the minis I printed too, which is nice. I printed out me, so some stuff I got. So for these lads. Well, he's so like I love how like even like a Marines like sometimes like I just love this like you don't really comprehend the size difference on some things. So you're like, this is fine. This is fine. But yeah, so this lad is from that like big bunch of Horus Heresy dudes I got recently. And his backpack was broken when it got to me. So I printed out a different backpack. It's bigger, but I've been giving them bigger packs anyway, you know? Pop that off. I'll glue this after stream, but like, yippee! Look how good he looks with like a big old antenna. And also, the other guy was talking about the big-ass giant. There we go. So, this is why... Oh, he's got some, like, supports on his foot. There we go. This is the guy who's been printed out. This is a BCR, like, Church of Acrid giant. So, my thought process for him, for it to be a flag dude, I'm going to cut the tip of this off and extend it with some brass rod, and then put the flag there. Replace his head with like this big chunky one, big thick chunky helmet, and then probably cut off the. I love the little bugs, but I don't want the little bugs to be on this guy because I want them to be more neutral. So I'm gonna cut the bugs off and replace that with like the typical turnip kind of wiggly root stuff. All right, let's go back to the shit. Yeah, I did combine the chats. I finally got StreamerBot, which is how you do this, and it was pretty easy. I'm not gonna lie. I thought it was gonna be more of a pain in the dick, but it's really not. And it's kind of nice because the chat can send to multiple, I can type message on the combined chat and it sends to both, so I don't have to like copy paste stuff. So it's neat. It's very neat. Once again, we're back on that, like, God, this guy's a pain in the ass. Anyway, I feel like I should do something with, like, the claws. How about I just get started on those at the very least? Let's just do the Griffin Claw. Hey, Griffin Claw! I mean, this isn't Griffin, it's a Manticore, but similar idea. Unless I want to do that thing where you do, like, a really dark brown and you kind of, like, dry brush your... Actually, that might be the way to go. Let's try Brigandine Brown for that. And then if I need to, like, blend it a bit... Stupid clogged. My metal. That metal toothpick for what? There we go. Paint sounder. Yes, it's Griffin Claw. No, but remember that's the house with all the preps in it. Oh my lord. It hasn't even been that long and I miss you so. It's just kind of I'm kind of glad that my immortal still like affects me the same way. Like it's still such like a magical thing. Like not even like Harry Potter pun intended, but like my immortal as just like what it is, it still hits the same. It still feels just bananas in the same way. It's great. It's so good. Send this out with a little bit of medium sort of flow better. I'm gonna hit pulse like that, and I'll probably do some sort of like blending thing to kind of push him back in. I will say, even though this guy has like the official Manticore is such a weird color clusterfuck. He's got like different colored tail and a different colored head. It's like why would you do that? This model is already kind of a pain in the dick to paint. Meanwhile, the people on the box art are just like, yeah, what if we just made it like more aggravating on ourselves? Like, what if we made ourselves suffer more? I'm just like, I don't understand what leads a person to be like that. I'm gonna do teeth like this too. Yeah, I could give this guy like weird brown teeth for now. It's good. It's gonna build up to something lighter anyway, so I might as well get like a little rudimentary color. go, little lion calls. And then probably the big thing is, oh God, it's so awkward. Yeah, so I will say right now, how you doing, Horror Loving? How you doing? Nice. Like, I modified mine slightly to have wider wings. It's a little bit of a pain to paint on stream because the wings are going to bump stuff. But like, if you're painting one, like, you know, most people are not going to have this experience. Normally the wings are too close. Like I'm gonna pull up the box art just to kind of give you like the packaging to give you an idea a little bit. Like look how close those wings are to the guy on the back. Especially if you're going the sorcerer route, it gives you so little maneuverability space. So like, once I said, I might have made this slightly more difficult on myself than I needed to. But I still think you should probably attempt something similar if you can. Like if the other option would be to do a sub-assembly on the sorcerer first, which might also is probably a good idea. Also, I think this is absolutely a claw thing. But yeah, no, he's kind of a pain. He's a pain in the ass for sure. This is another one of those models I started to paint, and I was like, I don't know how I feel about this. And then, like, basically let sit for a couple years, and then strip the paint, and then let it sit for a couple more years, and then go back. And then like, oh, okay, I know I wanted to do this now. And that's where we're at now, which I believe right now I've already made more progress than the older version ever did. So that is good. Yeah, what an awkward fucking model. But, you know, it's nice. It's nice. Once again, too, there is also like, as much as I get the serotonin for painting a model that as much as I get the serotonin for painting like a model that I got recently-ish, the serotonin for painting a model I've had in my backlog for ages does feel really good. Like if you are currently in like a spot you're like, I don't know what I want to paint right now, go to your backlog and pick like the oldest thing. Like pick a thing that you know is old, or maybe even something you started and you just like stopped. Finish it. You're gonna get so many good brain chemicals. It's gonna be great. Your neural pathways will have a grand old time. A bit more. Oh, my Brigadine Brown. There we go. Really make sure that like when the time comes that I properly varnish the sky. I don't think that's gonna be tonight though. This is definitely not a like. I've had a lot of good like finish a mini in one stream kind of nights, and this guy's not sure. Not it for sure, but getting there. That's kind of neat. The projects, especially because like once again, also too because the projects I've been working on have like almost immediately turned into models that have been showing up on the tabletop. That's been pretty legit. I apparently whoever owned my Lehman Russ before I did, like, I'm used to stripping paint from models. That's fine. And like the Lehman Russ that I got has like. It's so weird. So like, I'm pretty sure when I bought that model, it had all of its treads. And when I stripped the paint from it, some of the treads are gone. So I'm like, you'd be like, oh, you probably just washed them down the sink, Hal. But it's like, I had a sink guard on. I had a sink guard on that could stop like grains of rice from going down the sink. But no, those fuckers vanished, and like that's whatever. That's fine. I could probably go to Colts and be like Lehman Russ tread STL and make some. So that's not the end of the world for me there. But I'm currently on like my second round of just like LA Totally Awesome. This model, this model's a lot like Shrek because it's got layers and some of them are green. Like I'm removing paint from this bad boy. And like it just keeps going. Like the tank was like baby blue. Like it was definitely like maybe the type like one of those like Lehman Russes. I know like some editions you can bring Lehman Russes in a Space Wolves army. I don't know if that stopped being a thing or if like or what. Maybe it's just not as popular anymore. It was just, I think I was only really allowed for name association reasons anyway. But like, okay. Maybe it was meant for Space Wolves, maybe it wasn't. But I'm stripping paint from this guy. And it's like, okay, that layer was thick, and once it starts coming off, it's now like green. And now that green's coming off, and it's turning black, which I think is the primer. Like, oh god, so somebody took a green Lehman Russ, just did a thick baby blue paint on top of it, and that was fine. Which, to be fair, for them, that might have been fine. And like, I was, funnily enough, I was almost like, well, this is gonna be for Turnip anyway. Oh, wasn't 5th? This is definitely where it's like, I tend to look at older editions, so I'm like, hey, I remember in the 3rd edition codex, you could bring a Lehman Russ and Space Wolves. That's still a thing, right? Uh-huh. Oh, it's like, no, that's okay. Yeah, that makes sense. It's once again, it was like a really dumb, like, almost like borderline thing. I thought, yeah, the tank's named after him. You should be able to do that. So that would be really funny if, like, whenever Rogaldorn comes back, that they're like, oh yeah, no, we should also make the Rogaldorn available for Imperial Fist, just for funds. And you won't even believe what they're going to do with the Malcador. Malcador is one of those characters I would not be surprised if one of these years they bring him back. I know he kind of burnt out on the Golden Throne, but if they ever brought back, like, Malcador the Space Ghost, I would also totally believe it. Did you ever get, like, a Horus Heresy model? I mean, he's a powerful psyker. I don't know why you would run him in an army. Like, he's not really meant for that kind of thing, but it would be kind of fun just to have a Malcador model, I guess. Just get his crazy ass in resin. Then again, if I'm buying anyone's crazy expensive ass in resin, it's probably going to be, probably this might be Ardaltal. Or, no, or maybe, no, Erebus. But you have to buy Core Pharaon if you want Erebus, and that's the fucking worst. Man, this sucks. I have to buy 2 whole models. I only want one. Oh yeah. Fucking, I mean, 3rd edition's neat, but yeah, they're like, as somebody who enjoys like the customization and stuff in there, I'm like, oh, cool. But a lot of game design choices, I'm like, this is clearly G-Dubs was just trying shit, and they're like, it'll be fine. How you doing, Marfin? How you doing? How's life going? It's going. The apartment I was looking for in particular has not worked out, so I'm currently debating. Like, I feel like I need to get something locked down by the end of the month, and then like just from there, just kind of deal with the fact that like, oh, okay, well, we'll see how my choice pans out. So that's been on my thoughts a lot, but like otherwise I'm doing pretty good. The usual things could be a lot worse, and I'm having a good time, so it's not too bad. Yeah, I would much rather a Malcador Force Ghost than them like bringing back like Sanguinius or something like that. I know G-Dubs doesn't really have restraint. I do hope that like all the Primarchs that are dead stay dead. I don't mind if they make like a proper like Sanguinor model or whatever. That's fine. Make like a big one. So how are you doing here first? Welcome everybody. Welcome. If you do not know me, I'm Halbernaut the Mimical, miniature painting Vtuber of the Nerd Golden Game Variety. What were you working on, yo? What were you working on? How you doing? Curry Fishball. Welcome. I'm currently working on my Chaos Sorcerer Lord on Manticore. This is very early in the process. It is a really fucking awkward model to paint. Just the angles are really weird. But yeah, here's that, and then here's the base, which is working right now. But yeah, hopefully your painting went pretty well. Things have been going pretty good. This has basically all been today's progress, so like, I'm going. Also, Curry Fishball, thank you for the follow. Workshop. Yeah. You like elf chaos bullshit. that's me. I'm the guy. Oh, I did have DBZ minis? Holy shit! I guess I guess it has to be a thing, but I don't think I've really comprehended the idea that those might exist until now. I guess if you're doing like 3D prints from like My Mini Factory, you can kind of get whatever. You can basically find a mini for whatever these days. It's pretty great. But yeah. I'm doing the Chaos Sorcerer Lord on the Manticore. Oh, okay. Start getting that armor. Remember that his hand is real. His hand is meat. I think, yeah, God, I think weirdly that like getting the actual sort. Oh, there's like a weird gap actually. Hold on. This is an old model of mine. Oh shit, you found it at a thrift store. Fuck yeah, let's go. Huh. The arm is weirdly cocked. Okay. Well, I already have the metal color out, so I'm gonna try to get as much of that as I can. I'm clearly gonna need to go back and deal with that shit. Yeah, sounds like a good fun. Oh, so okay. So they were doing more like a old merch repaint. Oh, that's kind of cool. Hell yeah. Especially because like a lot of those like mass-produced plastics, they don't have like the worst sculpts, but usually it's just a paint job that if you strip that shit off, it looks pretty legit. Oh yeah, how you doing? Oh, thank you. Yeah, this is a I've had this model for like I bought this like mid-COVID. I've been working on other projects though, but recently I've got that rank and flank fever in me. I've been playing a lot more stuff with my like OPR Regiments with a friend of mine, so I'm trying to get that. I've been feeling it lately, so I've been going back to this project. Yeah, it's been going pretty good. Been mostly doing this and then some Trench Crusade. I'm hopefully gonna get a Trench Crusade game in on Sunday, which is nice because I need to move up another rank in the campaign, especially now that I got all my Sultanate guys painted up too. As far as I'm aware, I don't think I'm going to need to paint another Sultanate guy for a while. So I'm in that weird spot where I technically have more money. I have more money than I do slots to run the models. So I actually need just to free up some space so I can actually run my entire list, which you know, suffering from success, but real on that. But yeah, this is like a really like early base coating stage on this bad boy. I'm hoping to eventually go in and kind of like really get everything touched up, do some enamel washes. Definitely not tonight though. Enamel washes will definitely happen, but got a lot of extra work to do. There's so many cool figures to paint. There really are. It's my backlog eternal. What's some other models? Oh yeah, I never got to show you what I'm doing with my Blight Kings. Hold on. See, I was talking about them, but you guys haven't actually seen them yet. So let me get the like, you know, I already got the metallic paint out. I don't want to waste it. Let me get at least like a metallic base coat on everything, and then I can show you what I've been doing with those. In theory, I hope I painted the back of that spike. I can't really tell. This model is not built well for being painted on stream, but I'm fighting against it anyway because I want this to be done. Ooh, that's a big spicy streak. Only 15 more to 100 too. That's like not that long actually. Hell yeah. Let's go. Please. I will say at the very least, getting the Sorcerer painted metal is definitely makes it feel more like, oh yes, like this is definitely progressing. Ugh. I also need to remember too that I tweak the zoom level. So like once the stream is over, I need to adjust that back. My entire setup is a very specific set of parameters that I need to get everything to work. Feats. I'm eventually gonna snap on the spikes. I do not want to do that. But yeah, I'm hoping that eventually. I don't know when the next time we're gonna do OPR Regiments again in like my local shop. Probably pretty soon. I don't know. We're convincing another friend of ours to get in. Ironically, even though I paint rats, he's become the Skaven guy because he was sold a big Skaven army, which is pretty legit. It's nice. I do have I think I have enough movement trays that if I wanted to run Skaven, I could. That I need to double check though, because a lot of movement trays I got were for like 32mm big boys. I did try to order some for some. No shit, I don't think I ordered some for some. I don't know. I might have to hold off a bit then until my move gets totally settled, and then as a treat to myself, I'll order like 1 billion movement trays. Especially because I gotta get some bigger ones. So I gotta use my plague toads, which was nice because like those are, you know. I got the old Forge World Plague Toads, and I actually got to see table play. I was like, oh fuck yeah, let's go. They did decently well. They had like I was running them as the equivalent of like the Bloatfly Riders in that system, and they were mostly just kind of cruise around the battlefield just shooting poison at everyone. They were mostly like a harassment unit. They did great for that. Snap it. Actually, maybe I'll do that. Maybe I'll snap the arm before I do the yeah, I didn't realize how jank that arm joint was. It's just real fucking bad. Right. Oof, okay. That felt worse than it actually was, don't worry. Let's figure out how I want to make this. How do I like how's this supposed to go? Oh, if it's really good that way, it's kind of like extending the arm out like that. Okay. A little bit of baking soda on the tip. I also recently, by the way, once again, for people who do not know, I'll show you a sec. You can replace the glue in these. I actually did that for the first time yesterday, and it's real nice. It's real fucking nice. Go. Oh yeah, here, I'll show you. Like I did, like it blew my mind once I found out. Put more glue on there. And then get a little bit more baking soda. There we go. All right, so this bad boy is now chemically welded in there. Okay, so okay, fuck. Technically, this sort of sat properly when I did that. I'm gonna put this on my lap real quick. So the secret trick. This is what Big Glue doesn't want you to know about. All right, so you see this? You can pop the bottom, and the bottom is this little squeezy thing. Inside there is just those like little shitty tubes of glue you can get. Like you can get them in like a 2-pack for like $5. So all you have to do is just like, remove unscrew the top, remove the glue. Sometimes if it's glued too tight, you can't really remove it. And then you just pop the new one in there. Yeah. Isn't it the best? Like they're like it's like the same thing that like a lot of people don't know, that like for Tamiya Extra Thin, that you could actually like extend the length of the tube. Like you could actually make the little dropper thing variable lengths. Got that bad. I'll do that later when I don't have a glove. Magic! Witchcraft! Oh. So the guy almost fell off my lap and held on entirely by the grip of these points. Oh my god, that was really touch and go for a sec. Okay, there we go. To be fair, I think more people would say something if anyone had any idea that that was a thing. Like, nothing would lead you to believe that those were exchangeable. They don't advertise, like, you know how there's like some things that advertise themselves as like, oh yeah, this is like a reusable X. Like that kind of stuff. I don't think I've ever heard anyone say that, like, oh yeah, reusable glue extrude or whatever. I don't think I've seen that mentioned before. So I think I found that out. Somebody told me, I forget who. If you were the one who told me, claim credit, please. My memory is terrible. But yeah, wild. I'm gonna set this guy aside now. I'm just gonna do a little bit. I'm gonna do a little bit more work on this. I think I'm just gonna add the oxide to this. There we go. I'm doing that thing where I'm painting blue. I use a little bit of the like oxide paints, and I mean that's also a good method too. The like using like a little thing to do that. And then because this is a wash, I want to try to use a shittier brush for this. There we go. I still need to do that thing. I still need to like really clean out my my brushes, but that's fine. Let's take this. I'm just gonna go. Yep, because I'm gonna be dry brushing this a metal color later, so I'm just getting little bits. Especially because this is nice because I can just hit these little gate bits up. Yeah, what's some other like random weird? Like I still also think the baking soda super glue hack was still that's probably been the most like game changer style trick that I learned. Like that, and even just using like that and sprue goo were sort of like the two big takeaways of last year. Those have significantly changed how I like build minis and prep stuff, which is buck wild. I don't know if I'm gonna hit any like similar enough crazy like hacks quote unquote. You know, like cool like something that like a YouTuber would be like top 10 ways to get extra hobby out of your hobby. Like, you know. That happens sometimes. Warhammer is dead. I bought these alternatives off of Temu. Can I paint them in 24 hours? There we go. That's every Squidmar video just rolled into one. I've done it. I've combined. I still think the only like, whoa, we bought these things off of Temu. Wow, the only one of those I've ever enjoyed. There's a crafting channel called Eric's Hobby Workshop where he does like a lot of like terrain stuff, and I kind of like. Sometimes I really like it, like when a YouTuber is like, I'm doing this for money reasons. I weirdly appreciate the honesty sometimes. And he was like, hey, I live in Canada and my home heater broke. So I had to buy a new one and I have like very little money. So Temu offered to do a sponsorship video and I was going to say no, but that heater was expensive. So I was like, you know what? All right, bud. I appreciate that you're not trying to like you're not trying to pull the wool over my eyes. You're very open. And basically he more or less just got like free little like samples because, you know, a lot of stuff that you order just kind of comes from China anyway. So it's like, oh yeah, this is like, if you would have ordered like a little terrain kit on Amazon, you could have just got it directly from Temu for like half the price or whatever. Oh yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think I've heard about the idea of bottling it too. That'd probably be a better idea to do that instead of grind that shit up. Like just because especially if you're doing that for like something that's not supposed to be gritty. But I also like all my minis are gritty because I love that shit. I love the grit. Yelling at that. Oh yeah, there we go. I love plastic glue fuck super hard. It's a shame that I've not mostly switched to resin, but like I use a lot of resin these days. So I really don't get like the cool, super neat benefits of plastic glue. Like what? There's like oh yeah, I still need to really build my Saturnine dreads. I need to do my Saturnine my singular Saturnine dreadnought, and then still make my regular Saturnine Termes. The dreadnought I want to really trick out though, because like those are that's like the big showpiece one you go like real buck wild crazy on, and I do. Like everything else got like a little dry brush. I need to figure out what to do. Oh yeah, I think I could just use that off white. I could just use this off white to dry brush that, or maybe just like effectively like overbrush. I just need to get some lighter paint tone on there. Other like miscellaneous tricks I know. It's like one of those things that like the idea of like soaking like cheesecloth in glue and using that for like scrolls and shit. Like that's neat, but that's very specific to like people who need a bunch of like word bearer style scrolls. But that's been handy. Also, I wonder if I should enamel wash the base separate from the rest of the model. That sounds like a weird thing to do. But the base is gonna definitely get wrapped up like way before that model is. Oh shit! Hold on, I forgot. Well, for one thing, that got like way too painted, so I can just do that. I forgot that like yeah, there we go. I saw this earlier and I was like, I need to definitely do that. Probably hit like a little dry brush on the rest of there later. What's a dumb thing you think about? Okay. Eventually the plan is to put like little like grass bits. There's like a, there we go. There's like a little magic angle where if I aim just right, I can see some bullshit. So let's see if I can like, see if I can get some paint in there. Man, that is a fucking divot. How did I like get that even? Like not like how did that even become a thing? Oh. Go. I guess eventually, I guess I could also just put like a little, yeah, I guess I could just totally put like the little, I could just put like a little grass stuff there or something like that. That'll probably do enough work anyway. All right. Back to this big fucker. Oh, that'd be kind of neat. I mean, like it is tactical dreadnought armor, so like the idea of like a box knot Termi set would be kind of fun. I could see that. How you doing, Thandrick? How you doing? Oh, I basically did that anyway. That's what I did. It worked out. How you doing though? How you doing? Kind of alright. I need to like. Oh shit! I could get the brown too. Okay, we can make this work. How you doing though? How you doing? I am working on the many different angles of this horrible man. And it's going pretty good though. How you doing? How you doing? It's good. Could also make that a spike, I guess. I don't know. But yeah, how you doing? How you doing? I can see it. Berserk, I also need to read Berserk. Speaking about things that I've been putting off forever, Berserk. Berserk is a series that I know I'm gonna like. I'm gonna look at like every monster design and be like, this is the coolest shit of all time. But I just haven't got around to it. Instead, I'm like, I would actually like to read Hokago Play again. I have not for many years. Clearly, I need to refresh myself on a Hokago Play instead of doing reading Berserk. The thing is, I do think I'm gonna enjoy reading Hokago Play again. I do think I will. There's another series by the same author I remember enjoying. It's like the... I forget what else with the Hokago Play author did. He did another like little short mini series I recall liking, and I just don't remember any of the details. Oh, okay. So, checking on the models so far. A lot of progress. A lot of... I gotta get him back. I'll get back on Baki too. So I think Baki, probably what I need to do is just watch the anime, and then that'll kind of catch me up on all the arcs I've already read, and then I can start doing the Musashi arc. I think it's like I could do that, like the weird sickly tan kind of build up on the arm bits. The other option would be if I try to like start building up some of the stuff for the like wings, like the wings. The wings got their first coat, and like they're kind of messy to put together. So if I try to do that, like get like the next kind of lighter shade on there. They also got like a good texture too. I feel like it'd be a waste if I didn't do some dry brushing on those wings. Oh, this is a Chaos Sorcerer Lord on Manticore. This is for... Right now, the only official G-Dubs game this is being used for is the Old World. I'm going to be using it primarily for one-page rules, though, because that's my current shit right now. Where's Plum? I had my Plum colors like a while ago. Oh, there we go. Oh, wait, I got a bunch of Plum already on there. I can just go ahead and start mixing in that, the Dark Ivory to kind of build like a lighter one. Maybe I'll dry brush those two, and then I'll do like a weird glaze or something later. But yeah, my plan is to use them as just like use them for 1-page rules, and then maybe if the old world ever becomes a thing where I'm at for that, but that's kind of, I don't know. Like I said, I know people nearby who do play the old world. I can actually do the old world while I'm there. But they're kind of like when I will be at the shop, I'll be playing like my games with my buds. Like they have their own separate group doing that, which, you know, not a bad thing. It's just that, like, I don't know them. I'm just like, oh, yeah, you're playing the old world, cool. And that's really about the extent of my interaction with them. But I think the guy I play a lot of my games with does know someone who plays old world quite a bit. This kind of like good mix. I brushed. Okay, hold on. I added a little stripe of that just to kind of do like a quick little show thing. I was like, oh, that'd be a fun little bit, and it was off screen. Great. I'm great at this. I'm great at this. I want to do a let's do the big thick dry brush thing. Take a look and let's just see. Let's just see what this looks like. Start off pretty light because I don't want to go too hard. You know, so far so good. And okay, this is pretty good because I kind of want this to. I want everything to kind of trend towards like a paler color anyway. So this is actually kind of really fucking right now. Oh, thank you, Huggy. I need to do that. I've barely drank the stream. I've been lost in the sauce. Ah. Oh god. But yeah, I'm hoping to use him like get him painted. Probably. I don't know. Like I said, I'm debating if like after the stream I want to be like just try to finish. It's that eternal conundrum that like I actually don't tend to paint a lot off stream. Like I tend to use my off stream hobby time for like oh god, it's way too much. Oh, it's not that bad though. I tend to use my off stream hobby time for like model building and like kind of like shit. I never showed you guys the Blight Kings. All right, hold on. I already have too much paint out for this, so like I'm leaning in. It'll be fine. This is like more of an overbrush than a dry brush, but that's fine. It'll eventually work together. But yeah, the fucking Blight Kings, which I think, speaking of which, I need to try to get them built fully by Sunday, because I think they're going to be what I'm going to work on Sunday. It's like they were used, and they kind of got that thing that I'll look at and be like, "Oh, you're good," and then I'll like look under one of them, and like I'll swear I've looked at this model's like kind of just like general gooch area like 30 million times. I'm like I'm well acquainted with this Blight King's in particular's gooch, and I say that, and then like the 40 millionth time I look at it, the 40k millionth time. I peer into the gooch, and this time magically there's like a seam that I missed that I got a file, or like probably less even than the seam, more that the idea that there's like a little gap that needs to be filled. Like that's annoying. I can try all I want to try to take care of that. I have to inspect the grundle because one day a camera's going to catch that grundle that I've not inspected, and it's going to bring great shame upon my family. I must be vigilant of the grundle, or else my whole bloodline will be tainted. I say that, but I'm fucking adopted, so it's like not that it really fucking matters. How you doing, DK? Welcome everybody. God, why do you come in when I was talking about grundles? How you doing, DK? How you doing, Ignar? How you doing, Azrelia? Welcome, Azria. How you doing? I can't pronounce names. And how's it going, everybody? And how you doing, Lunar Win? If you do not know me. And how you doing, Drinksy Cat on the YouTube side? Check it out. I've merged the chats. It's actually not that hard. How's it going, everybody? If you do not know me, I'm Halbernut, the Mimic Elf, miniature painting VTuber of the Nurgle game variety. Today, I am working on a Chaos Sorcerer Lord for technically 1-page rules, but also maybe someday I'll play the old world. I don't know. It really depends on the scene. Shit, DK, what are you up to? Oh, I'm so sorry, DK. I Slay the Spire is so good, isn't it? That's the problem. Like, I've uninstalled the original game twice because it was eating up too much of my time, yet I have downloaded Slay the Spire 2, and it turns out it's really, really fun. Turns out game really, really fun, you know? So how you doing, SW, Tirv? How you doing? But yeah, I'm currently working on this guy. I played a little bit of OPR Regiments on Sunday. Had a lot of fun. And I was like, you know what else is in my backlog that is also Warriors of Chaos that I've just been neglecting? This model was picked up during COVID, where like I didn't know if my local shop was going to die, and they had a model delivery service for a while, and I was like, oh, what do you got? Sure, this one, okay. And luckily my store lived. I'm very blessed that like my game stores generally survived, which is nice. Not everybody's stores were so lucky. I'm very, very blessed to live in a region with good stores. Yeah, I do want to do Old World proper someday. Like, I feel like it's a thing I need to do legally. But for the most part, these days, I play 3rd edition 40k, Trench Crusade, and Turnip 28. Those are like my 3 main games. I played a little bit of Necropolis 28 as well. That game fucks as well. That game super duper fucks. Yeah, no, Slay the Spire 2 is really good. I've mostly been doing really, really, really early runs, so I have not gotten a proper chance to really experiment with all the builds. Oh god, I do. I basically got like everything, more or less. Let's see. Oh yeah, hold on. Let me show you my recent model. I did Lugar's recently. So this is my Wordbearer Saturnine Praetor. That's not what I meant to show you, but you know, why not? Let me change. Let me change to update the rotator to show you the lad. Yeah, there we go. So yeah, also, I'm gonna be honest, the Trebuchet cult, this one, it's too good. You can stack so many fucking debuffs, but yeah, this is like, I have a garlic sub-theme through a lot of my guys. I also do Aunt's Ascendant. I do, a bunch of stuff. It's called the rocket. Oh, St. Almay's Rocket Battery. Yeah, really, if it's got like a stationary artillery piece, I recently did the Grand Bombard because I've been needing to. I've also been working on, so I also play in 3rd edition 40k. I play the Lost and the Damned. Not primarily. I primarily do Chaos Space Marines, but I also, dabble into Lost and the Damned. And I can show you. Let me get a little bit more dry brushy on these wings. Okay, that's pretty good. I'm very early getting this guy jazzed up. So like right now it's been like very, 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 very lazy dry brushing. Oh yeah. Hold on. No, actually genuine work. Oh, here we go. Actually, models nearby. I should probably work on this guy a little bit. So I've been rebasing my stump gun. I'll let you try. I can do a little mini show and tell. So this is my stump gun. He previously was on. I ordered a bunch of these like old world bases. He was on a much shittier base previously, so I've added him to this. I really just need to redo the dirt. So actually that'll be like pretty easy to do. Yeah, this is my stump gun. And these guys are not done yet. But yeah, okay, let me zoom in. So these guys are going to be a combination of Turnip 28 fodder and Lost in the Dam, not cultists, whatever they call the, like the regular trader guard on that list. So, how you doing, Gwen? How you doing? So yeah, I got like a bunch of these ones. There we go. I got a bunch of these ones. I've also got some ones that are specifically plasma. I'm doing like a kind of body horror kind of like metal mesh thing, and then also the fucking missile launcher. It comes in long boy and tight boy. I should phrase that different. Short boy, whatever. It's fine. But yeah. So yeah, that's some stuff that's turnipy that I'm working on. I love turnip. The cannon. I've had pretty good luck with my cannons exploding. usually they'll explode on turn 5, but at that point they've already like lived their truth, so it really doesn't matter at that point. So yeah, also Steve, have yourself a good night and take it easy, yo. Have a good rest. I'm generally struggling to remember what's the last video game song I got stuck in my head. I know it happens a lot. Right now, the song I have stuck in my head is the ED from Maria Holic, which is a show that I have watched ages ago. Oh my god, it's been a while since I watched Maria Holic. But like I rediscovered the ED after many, many years. It's really, really fucking catchy. Really, really, really fucking catchy. But yeah, I really will play basically any war game, assuming that like I have the time for it. Oh, don't worry. I know Final Fantasy 14 is pretty good, but I don't got like MMO time in my life, so I am safe from the sultry allure of Final Fantasy 14. I understand, you know, Heaven's Word, fucking free gameplay. That's fine. My backlog, it calls to me. I must work on my dudes. I must work on my dudes. Oh, keep forgetting. All right, hold on. Just gonna do a little bit of dirt color around the edge. Because I needed to do that. Yeah, because previously this guy also had a square base, but like his previous base straight up, what was wrong with his... Oh, his base had like one room in the center for a magnet, and that was awful. Oh my god, that was so bad. That this thing was starting... So I do that thing where I take a really useful box, which is like a, you know, kind of like little plastic box. It's got like the little clippable sides. They stack very nice. Very, very handy. Very, very useful, I'd even say. But like, what I do is I take those and I magnetize. I basically cut out. I go to Home Depot, get a big thing of sheet metal, cut that into 3 chunks. And if I'm doing like, if I'm using like the very small ones that I use exclusively for like what's it called? For like kind of like just regular like infantry, I can get 3 out of that. If I'm doing like a bigger one that can hold like vehicles and stuff, I can get like 2. And if I'm doing the really big one that can hold like Chaos Knights, that's probably also 2, I think. Like 1 or 2, not super crazy. But yeah, you have to magnetize the bases to your minis, but that's fine because I find that method of transport infinitely better than the battle foam. I used to do battle foam back in the day, and I was tired of my Legion of Everblight having their fucking sword snap off. So I was converted to the way of magnets like many, many, many years ago. So there we go. He's got like he's been dirted, and then I'm probably going to do some like dry brushing later, but that's a later thing. All right, now I can show you my Blight Kings before I forget. Damn. Okay. I'll just do 2 of them for now. So yeah, these are the new Blight Kings. I got these used at my local shop for like $16, which is bananas. But what I've been doing is I saw a technique that you can do where you basically mix like tissue paper and glue, and you kind of like basically sort of like glue the tissue paper over to kind of create like a ragged sort of texture. Because like I think the sculpts are nice, but they don't look fucked up enough almost to me. So like I'm going to be adding some corrosion. I need to layer a couple little bits more on this. I also need to like maybe like fix some of the ends. Like overall, it's like relatively durable now. This guy in particular has like a bunch of like lines you can see, so I need to put some more on the back. And it's tracing the natural folds that the fabric already was doing. And it's pretty. I think it looks neat. I like it. I think once I get it primed, it's gonna look a lot less weird. Like right now, the fact that it's just pure white just kind of looks a little strange. So yeah, I need to make sure that is really locked in time for Sunday. So because I want to paint these lads. And this is what we'll talk about. It's like I'll look at this guy, and be like, oh, he's good. And I look at that mace. That mace has mold lines. Whoever built these forgot the mold lines. Ah. Also got some really simple bases cooking for them. It's cork, some kind of bark, and I'm gonna be putting some other shit in there. Whoa. There we go. The boy. The lad. Oh, fuck yeah, let's go. My Iron Sultanate boys, I love them. I could show you my last. I recently just finished doing my. I have a heavy flamethrower homunculus because I want to give it infiltrator because I want to make my friends really sad. It's the eternal joy of just like popping behind someone and just absolutely baking their shit is pretty great. I can show you my. I'm going to do a proper image of this right now, so it's like going to be a little jank. I'm just doing a quickie little screenshot from my last stream. Did you see the new proposed Iron Salt that changes? Fucking chef's kiss corrosive ammo. Corrosive ammo. Oh, it's everything I wanted. Yeah, check out my boy. He's got eyeball problems. I did that technique where you basically like use a layer of super glue over skin. You do a thin wash, and then you use some alcohol to kind of like activate the wash and make it like really stringy, kind of like veins and stuff. That's sort of the plan. Let's go. The assassins are cool too. Personally, I'm just inherently more of a I like me some what's it called? I like me some fucked up body horror monsters, guys. So that's why I generally leaned more to the House of Wisdom. Assassins are cool though. Assassins are legit. I'm gonna take some of this buff. I'm gonna try. I think I'm gonna use the little bits of the wings to kind of test out some of this. I'm also using that Joe Sonia magic mix just because it good for flow control. And nice. Swoosh that together. Let's go. They do. Also, you get real dumb bullshit. Currently, I have an alchemist with an auto pistol and heavy machine armor, which is really fun to have when you're not in New Antioch. Alas, I don't have double auto pistol, which is like my ideal, but that's still good enough. And since every single one of those does fire damage, Jeff's keys. It's big spice. So do I want to do that thing? Yeah, I'm doing that thing where I'm gonna take that. I'm also gonna take like a different brush and kind of help me feather it out a little bit. A little bit of two brush blend in just a little bit. Yeah, Sultan has been treating me pretty good this campaign. I was originally gonna go Grail because no one near me wanted to play Grail, but like everybody decided they wanted to do Grail. Oh yeah, you could. Oh fuck, flamethrower with gas sounds really funny. Actually, I'm like sorry heretics, your infernal brand ain't doing shit. That sounds pretty cool. That sounds pretty legit though. That sounds pretty neat. Yeah, right now my big thing is just all my elites that I really want to be leveled up have leveled up. Unfortunately, the last scenario was like real brutal. Like my friend basically created a scenario where like a dam floods, which is really cool thematically, but it's also like if you roll if you basically fail like a certain check, your guy just gets knocked out of action. That game, and it's like I lost both of my my Fadius, which are but they're basically Janissaries, but they start elite. I was like, oh, that was unfortunate. But hey, my Brazen Bull with Damascus armor got to be fine. So you know, all's good in the world. Maybe I'll do. Maybe I'll do like the arms. Welcome back, CEO Paint Consumption. How you doing? I am working on the bull a little bit. Not bull. The Manticore. No, my Brazen Bull has been done for a hot minute. I'm doing that thing where I use a little bit of this mix. I put like a little bit on, and I use a wet brush to kind of like thin it out. And trying to, cause this guy's still very yellow, but the end result is I really want like a pale sort of coating to everything. Like I want this guy to be, cause like I think I'm going with the idea that this guy like could I use him for other chaos marks? Yes. Will I be thematic and mostly run my guys as Nurgle marked? Absolutely. Oh, I'm so jelly. I had a surprise move thrown at me, or else I need to go to Adepticon one of these years. I need to go. Physically need to go. I'm I'm hoping the plan is now that like either I want to try to attend the Nova Open, or a friend of mine is like, "Hal, you should go to Vexpo. It's also, you know, not that far from Warhammer World." I'm like, that does sound cool. Like I absolutely the mind is willing, but the wallet is weak and spongy. So we'll find out. But I haven't gone. I've never gone to like I've been to conventions, but I've never actually gone to a proper war game convention. The closest I've ever gone to was like I've gone to Gen Con a couple of times, but I've never really been there for wargaming purposes. Like it was usually every time I've been to Gen Con, it's been more of like a TRPG thing, which is fun. I like TRPGs, don't get me wrong, but like very, very, very different sorts of events. That's a really one. I know there's like a kind of like real like freak show, like night markets kind of thing for like a lot of the people who are doing kind of like indie grimdark games. I'm really, really curious about. Every time I hear about it, it sounds like exactly the kind of scene I'd like to check out, but like I have to get to Adepticon so I can make that real. Even in debt, I still serve. That's a fucking mood. Really good. Also, Lullaby Alara, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the workshop. How you doing? How you doing? I am applying very, very thin glazes of skin because I want this guy to look weird and fucked up. How you doing? How you doing? Also, I don't know why for some reason when I introduce myself to people, I put on an accent that I don't have. Like I put on like the shittiest Brooklyn accent, and I've never even been to New York. I don't know why I do that. It's a reflex. It just happens now. But yeah, no, I would like to like, it's weird. I've never been much for traveling, but like as of late, I've been finding more and more reasons. I'm like, okay, I'd like to travel a little bit. I'd like to go on a little journey. I'd like to go on sort of a grand adventure as like, as a treat. I wonder how this is gonna work on the belly though. That's a real question with this. Do like a little blobby bit. Oh, are you deciding between like the styles or like what's the? Is there any decision paralysis that I could help with maybe? There we go. So far, so good. Oh shit, okay, I'm gonna need to activate the ad break. Hold on, BRB in a bit. Fucking Twitch. Hopefully, fuck. I hope this works. I didn't think this through. Yes, it worked! Oh, let me go to the BRB screen. Hold on. There we go. This Ditto Geodude so much. All right, we're back. Wow. All right, sorry about that. There we go. All right, there we go. We should be free from ads for a while, hopefully. Thank you for the hydrates. This guy, I keep getting caught on this shit. Oh, big stretchy. Let's go. I mean, I guess being in the wargaming community does make you want to travel a bit more. Especially because like the whole like kind of like Inquisitor 28 scene is really big on like traveling and events and stuff like that. Like some of these guys are just like, yeah, I just went to like a foreign country for the week. It just felt like it. I'm like, ow, how do you guys afford this? I don't understand. A nod. Oh my god. Have a good night. Fuck. I don't know why this one's catching me so off guard. But yeah, have a good night, Jay, and take it easy, yo. I will continue to glaze my big weirdo. He is developing the kind of like weird pallid meat that I wanted, which is pretty good. Also, unfortunately, it's making it really obvious. I thought I did some gap filling on the legs, and apparently it wasn't enough, so... Whoops, haha. Ankles. Where do I grab you at? There we go. Oh, I can get... Oh, back here's pretty... Like... in here-ish. Let's see... Extra dark, bits for extra flare. I mean, I guess also the question is like, how do you feel about third-party bits? Like, how do you feel about going to Etsy and looking for some bits that might work? Or like, do you have access to a 3D printer at all? Like, could you, like, is there one in your like do you know like a person, or is there like a maker space you could get a hold of? Because honestly, that's always sort of the biggest thing for like customization stuff, is like 3D printing really kind of goes ape shit. But like if you don't got the means, you don't got the means. Also, the gap thingy on here is not, it's looking a bit brighter than I like. Oh yeah, yeah, because like for Trench Crusades, go in Etsy for Sultan. That makes a lot of sense. Once again, I'm very lucky and I have a 3D printer, which definitely helps. Yeah, I don't know what first, like, I mean, you can, I don't know what, what's it called? I'm very curious what, like, what's it called? What more, because like, the Prussians was a good start. I think Prussians were the right choice for that, but I'm curious what they're going to follow the Prussians up with, you know? Oh yeah, the fucking, like, yeah, he took like the ittiest bittiest baby bite of a McDonald's, like, I get it. He's a McDonald's CEO. He isn't eating fucking McDonald's. Like, obviously. I don't know why he did it. He could have just not. All he really needed to do was just be like, not make a video with him and hire an intern, or like, you know, get an intern, get a celebrity. There's, you know, there's tons of celebrities that would just, you know, for a paycheck would easily bite into a shitty McDonald's burger. It was a strange choice. It was a strange choice he made, just to be like, I guess he's like, I'm down to earth, I'm hip, and then just eats a burger. He's like, this isn't a fucking steak. What's happening here? What's happening here? Yeah, sometimes I don't particularly know where to look on Etsy for bits, but I do know they exist. Understandable about the, like, not having access to a local 3D printer person. That's a very scene specific thing, and like, you know, don't compromise your morals for like 3D printed bits. So like, you're fine. Understandable. Oh shit! Also, how you doing, Sola? How you doing? It was only a matter of time before rats took flight, and I will lead that vanguard. Okay, I can also just kind of take some of the like off ground kind of thing and just kind of like that to sort of touch up some bits. There's like so much going on with this. It's flying pigs. I mean, if you want flying pigs, I believe that was a Malifaux unit. I think you could bring flying pigs into Malifaux. I remember that being a thing. Yeah, actually, I could just. Actually, this buff actually does really good work with the. Like it's I don't know why it's like normally not supposed to be this light, but it's playing pretty nice with all bullshit. It's just kind of nice because I could also just do like a really thin coat that kind of like bring it back down for like some of the bits I might feel like a bit too much highlight. Yeah, Maker Shop wouldn't be bad. It's like there's potentially options, but yeah. I mean, otherwise, yeah, I don't know if like. Depend is this for like more like a visual project? Like, do you just want this to look nice? Because it's so definitely, you know, you could definitely wait till like bits are gonna be more available to you. But like if you need this for like a war game, like if you're doing this for like a game that's gonna happen soon, yeah, I'd definitely probably just go for it, you know. After just flying rats, see it's weird to me whenever I see like bats and stuff, they always kind of look more like weird foxes to me. I don't know why. Like the way they're typically built. I know some like little. I guess it depends on the bat. Now I'm thinking about though. Like there are some like itty bitty bats that do look very rat like. But once you get to some of the bigger ones, they definitely to me feel very very much more like a weird flying fox that just happens to have wings. Bats are fucking cute though. Even though like there was a summer I basically lived in a I was living with my adopted dad in a shitty apartment during the summer between college, and we had bats that would break into our house at night. To be fair, they live there. To be fair, they live there. So like, you know, that was their environment. But I was like, it'd be like 4 in the morning and a bat would just be like, I'm confused. What am I doing here? It's time to scream. And then I would catch it in a big old butterfly net and release it outside. That was fun. I was not aware of the Tumblr bat chart. I was not aware of the Tumblr bat chart. That sounds like a thing that should exist. So I definitely believe you on that. But yeah, no, I've never personally heard of it myself. It's like it's like a weird ribbon. What the fuck? Yeah, of course I'm still streaming. I'm pretty consistent. I go basically 4 hours every stream. I am a very consistent guy. But yeah, how you doing, Zeta? How you doing? The lad he's turning out. I'm finding myself progressively more and more frustrated. Mostly just frustrated at the angles. Like I think as far as like the fact that this guy is just kind of starting to get like put together. Like the color choices and everything are flowing great. Actually, I'm no issues there. Especially now that I found out that this tan color, this like drab color I've been using also is like a good way to sort of like correct some of these wings. That's probably the more productive use right now. I'll try to like get those a bit more fixed up. Hey, it's all good. It's all good. If it's late, it's late. There's not much you can do. We're going to the gym. Oh hell yeah. Are you feeling fucking shredded? You fucking ripped. Oh, some stuff that's good. I mean, yeah, it's fun, you know. If it's like a goofy online chart thing, I don't think it matters. Whatever, it's all good if you find it. The share's on Discord. Let me check that. I usually don't check midstream, but I feel. Let's see. Oh, hold on. Someone posting. Someone posting not safe for work in the joke channel. I'll post. Actual porn. Okay. All right. Hold on. What channel was that in? Share zone. Thank you. Let me grab that one. There we go. Okay. Let me put that on screen. All right. Hold on. I'm now frazzled because I had to do the weirdest form of moderation midstream. All right, there we go. So here's the bat chart. We got some Nosferatu. We got yeah, the high doggy ones are basically just like the fox ones. You're at Hergelin and Little E. Which one do I like? I don't know. All these are very good. Like I think, like, you know, the once you go towards the bottom, they get objectively cute. I kind of love the top left. I kind of love top left. Top left doesn't look like a bat. He looks like a dude. Hold on, let me like really get up on there. Oh, I agree. Bats are good. Bats are good. They pollinate like bees and they eat insects. Everything about bats are great. I have no moral issues with bats. Drop off all the bullshit. Look at this wrinkly motherfucker. He's got a henchman's grin. He's got a you got it boss look. I fucking love him. He does also look like you took a Sphinx cat and you beat it with hammers into the shape of a bat. Don't zoom in. No, hold on. I don't lullaby. Okay, listen. Look at this ugly motherfucker. I love him. Yeah, why am I a handsome anime boy? I could be henchman moded bat. How you doing? I could be real Bingus Supreme if I wanted to. But how's it going? Anyway. No, you're fine. Honestly, I'm going to be real. This is about most of the bullshit on my stream anyway. Like, I don't think there's ever going to be like a time where I'm not doing something like that. So you might as well, you know. No remorseful fun. How you doing? Currently working on my Manticore. He's turning all right. I think the big thing I need is to correct some of the dry brushing, like overpaint bits, which is not too bad, especially now that I found this. Now that I found that the drab actually kind of covers up the stuff while still kind of leaving the sort of natural color transition I was looking for, which is color. Oh, if you're weird too, you'll fit right in. You'll fit right in. Oh yeah, how you doing? Time for alcohol. Yeah, I have to imagine, like, once again, like if you were to go through like every clip ever made of me, I would be. Oh yeah, no, I do want to make the. I do think I would love to make that into an emote. That would require me to like do some like actually like editing. I can't do that midstream, or else I would. It's not like doing a quick crop. I guess I could do it midstream. I don't want it right now. But for me, I'll do it later. It'll be fine. For me, I love emotes that don't express, like, you know, there's all kinds of like happy, sad, confused, like listening to music. Like, are those emotes? Yes. Like, but like, let's do this. I'm gonna take John Gondor. Luckily, I have. You cannot cheer in your own channel. It's bullshit. Can I gigantify my shit? Hold on. Can I gigantify my own emote? There we go. Fuck yeah, I can totally do this. Like, here's John Gondor from the hit game Lord of the Rings: The Third Age. What emotion does this convey? That one. It's that emotion. You look at it and you intrinsically understand. But you could, like, it's a feeling that you can understand but not articulate. And I think that's when an emote really shines. Hey doing, Lord of Bones? How you doing? I'm working on my Manticore, and it's this is in a really weird spot where it's both like incredibly messy, but also has like a lot of like base stuff that I'm enjoying. Like, oh god, like something. Oh god, okay, hold on, I'm gonna get like. Get into there. Oh god, hold on, that's not sticking. Hold on. I basically just stained that. No, wait, it's fine. It's fine. Wow. Oh, light spray. Hey, let's go. Oh, paint it. Let's go. Nice. Right now, my big thing is I've been working on this lad, and it's been going, like I said, it's been going pretty good. It is. I kind of forgot how like actively difficult this thing is to really paint. It's just a lot of unfortunate angles. I don't feel, oh god, okay, never mind. I was about to say I don't feel bad for what I've done so far, and I still generally stick by that. But man, I just like turned it one angle and I just found a bunch of like hair that just never got painted. And it's like, fuck. You like this? Why do you like this, bud? But this is one of those things that I don't know if G-Dubs would ever make a new Manticore. I cannot imagine that they'd be like, you know what needs refresh? The Manticore. I would love to be proven wrong. It'd be kind of neat to see them do a couple, like, you know, classic monster kind of deals with some of the new technology instead of like, you know, the kind of typical stuff they've been doing. So there's like a magic angle where I can see it. It's like right under the Manticore's armpit. Bad boy. There's a little bit on the top. Also, there's also like, oh god. Once again, there's like, if I aim straight up and down. Fuck. No, understandable. Why emotes so tiny? Yeah, they know. Oh, the ones on the, so like, are you talking about the ones on the combined chat? That's something that I might play with. So originally the look was sort of built for like, you know, the older way of doing it, but now this one is showing like profile pics and some other things. So like I might fuck around with that a bit later. How you doing, Goroth? How you doing? That's also true. I guess I could also just take one of those as well. Oh, they get killed so quick. Oh, that's valid. I'm hoping. I mean, one page rules at the very least are like not the most fragile things. I imagine the like 9 toughness is probably fine-ish. Especially if since I'm running them in the equivalent of like Mark and Nurgle, which gives them a 6-up feel no pain. Could be worse. Wait, are there emotes extra small? Oh no. They don't seem especially small to me, but I guess I'm not really like keeping super track on that. Also get a little bit more on the cloak. The cloak could use another coat for sure. Oh god, that's mostly water. Let me give it some more. Once again, makeup sponges continue to come in clutch. I'm so glad I was able to get a bunch. My royal purple. Listen to Toho Trance for like too long. I'm slowly morphing into a DJ shaped creature. There we go. Wait, does mobile make emotes extra tiny? This is weird esoteric Twitch knowledge that apparently I was not aware of. Huh. Throw that. Throw it. Let's go back to the cloak. Skulls could definitely use a little bit more work, but I think if I can at least get like the second layer on the cloak because I'm seeing little bits of the original stick out. I do like this royal purple though. I think for my Death Guard because I'm gonna try to be using this purple for a lot of stuff, and like maybe my Death Guard, maybe I might need to do a little bit of color mixing where I mix an itty bit of like a black with the purple to get the dark purple I really, really want. It's at least like a base color. It's doing pretty all right. Messing and like, I don't know. Oh, you should legitimately get. You can get like a bunch of these sponges for like $5. They're super nice. You can clean up like extra watery paint really quickly. You could use them for painting. You know. What's how you doing, Space Kitty? How you doing? How you doing? That's true. Actually, I was thinking about that. Like, I guess like when I was talking about like weird random hobby tips, like hobby tip, makeup sponges. You can also just use makeup brushes for dry brushes. They're all like generally pretty good dry brushes because, you know, they're meant for like, blush is basically very structurally similar to like how you would do a dry brush anyway. Like you want kind of like a wide brush that you can just kind of like take a beating, and like those kind of brushes do really, really good for that. And then you can get the little, get like the little mini sponges, like little mini sponge-based tasks. Very handy. Oh God, why? This is what? Oh Jesus. Okay. This is good though. This is good. The more I twist this around, yeah, no, this is probably the last time you're gonna see this on stream for a bit, because some of these angles. Like very, very narrow angles. I could like the other guy on the Karakadrak or whatever, the big lizard. The big lizard in my backyard. Don't want to feed it anymore. I love Speak saying Dead Milkman lyrics. That's the best. That's a joke mostly for me. So if you ever have the time, listen to some Dead Milkman albums. I don't know if I could traditionally say Dead Milkmen are a good band, but I like them very much. And their song about the world being shit got me through some really rough times in my life. So yeah. Also, they have they just got a lot of good songs. I think most people only really know them from Punk Rock Girl, and that's because they did the thing where, you know, they were a band for many, many years, but then also like they had a song in one of the Tony Hawk games, and people were like, oh shit, these guys exist, which is good, you know. I'm very pro like bands ending up on Tony Hawk. I guess that's not something that really exists anymore, but the idea that you could be like a punk band that like people had kind of forgotten about or didn't know about, you'd end up on like a Tony Hawk OST. And then people will be like, oh shit, I'm going to check out your entire discography now. That's kind of nice. Yeah, Thug 1 and Thug 2, those are the Tony Hawks I played the most. Like, not that the other games were bad, but like, even as a little baby weeblet, I was like, sports games? More like lame games. Because, you know, I wasn't particularly like cunning or witty at the time. You know what? I might have legitimately gotten Tony Hawk's Underground 1 because it was $20. There was a period in my life where like budget game, because, you know, my family wasn't like particularly well off during the GameCube era, but I liked video games, and that was a time period where you could get a $20 video game that was used, or like, you know, had kind of like was past its prime on the shelves, and have a great time. Because the game wasn't necessarily bad, it's just, you know, someone traded into a GameStop, so now it's your game now. Soon, you will have the funny number soon, I believe. Shoulders and back too. Back metal. There's like a little bit back here that could, like under him, that could be that. Yeah, I have a lot of games that were used. I wonder if that actually, weirdly enough, did instill that like inherent, like, I like buying used minis. I like taking like used things and fixing them up. I do wonder if that's just some point like that kind of like lifestyle just kind of endeared me to like, yeah, this thing is secondhand, but that's like a charm point, I guess, if that makes any sense. Dude, I'm gonna do something. I think like one of the wings I want to touch up a little bit. Oh, yeah. I think I want to get more on here just because like I can see some of this side. Oh, God, yeah. There we go. What? Yeah, but I remember I played Thug 1 and like really enjoy myself. I also do think maybe some of it, I did used to watch like Jackass and like Viva La Bam and stuff. And that was they were kind of the big draw of the second game. They're like, oh shit, it's basically all the Jackass crew in Tony Hawk. Wow. It's like a very 2000s sort of crossover, but I remember at the time I was like, whoa, cool. Like I was definitely like a very, very sheltered dork, but there was a couple of things from like mainstream teenagers enjoyment bits at the time that I still liked, and I think Jackass was one of them. It's hard to beat the simple pleasure of a man just like dangling his ass over a bunch of crocodiles with like strips of chicken tied to it. You're like, yeah. Do they need to make any other media after this? They've already peaked. Why write a script when you can do that? Your prayers from... Oh, I don't think I've seen... Oh, yeah. Was that the... Like, there was like a new Predator series recently-ish. I'm super bad about, like, keeping track. I've only, like... You know, like... I've only watched Alien, and that's it. I have not actually watched a Predator movie before. It's another one of those, like... Well, it's another one of those, it's like... There's a lot of movies out there that I should watch. Instead, I'm like, what garbage should I watch? Yeah, the Van Helsing 2004 was pretty legit, though. It was definitely peak dumb but fun category, but those are nice. I find that dumb but fun is like a very hard category to hit for movie nights. Because a lot of times, it's like, it'll just become, like, too stupid and boring, or, like, it'll just be, like, a traditionally good movie. Yeah, I think it's like one of those things, if I eventually just watch the first one, the other ones are kind of whatever. I also haven't watched, I've been on my backlog of like weird Japanese movies that I was starting to make a pattern of watching those for myself on weekends, because, you know, I need to trick myself into enjoying things on my own. But like I got like because, like, I remember in Anthology to Killer, they made a joke about a movie called Gozu Thing Forsaken by God. And I found that movie, and I have it ready to go. I just have not watched that. I need to watch the second Tetsuo movie, Tetsuo the Body Hammer. Which I like Tetsuo the Iron Man, but, like, Tetsuo and Pinocchio, like, sorry, 964 Pinocchio? Or it's 964 Pinocchio. That was a neat movie, but it was mostly screaming. I think from what I understand, Tetsuo the Body Hammer is more of a like traditional movie while still having a lot of cool body horror stuff. It'd be cool to see that level of body horror stuff without the screaming. I don't regret seeing Tetsuo, but goddamn, there's a lot of screaming in that movie. Yeah, Ghost just seems like it's gonna be fun. It's also weird though, the only copy I saw was like 46 minutes, so I'm like, that's really short for a movie. I can see that. That's how you doing, Grind? How you doing? Like, yeah, honestly, a lot of like kung fu movies are like a thing that I would like, and there's like an infinite well of things to look into there, but I just not really done that. I've been sticking to my fantasy lane in a way that I don't mind, but it's definitely missing on some bullshit. I know there's one that Bloom recommended to me for a little bit. The name I've definitely heard. I've definitely been recommended that at one point. It's one of those ones that I believe I've heard about this one that years ago. I was told about that one years ago. I don't remember a lot of the details to it, but definitely like specifically the story of Ricky, part of that name sticks out a lot. Oh, for much. Yeah, I feel like at one point that was like a certain type of recommendation that like people would ask. Like, saying it was like a trauma movie definitely kind of puts into context. So probably it's like, hey, you want to watch like a really weird kung fu movie? Try this one. That's probably how I learned of it at one point. That sounds like a thing I would learn about that way. I also want to go back and like years ago, sort of my first introduction to like weird gratuitous like, I guess J-horror, but like not really horror, just kind of like weird body horror bullshit was Tokyo Gore Police and Meatball Machine. Those ones I remember like watching those when I was in high school and just being like, you ever watch something in high school and like nobody has any idea what the fuck you're talking about, so you feel like almost kind of enlightened in a way? you're allowed to go movie nerd here. There's nothing wrong with that. Are you afraid of acting like a nerd on twitch.tv/Halbernacht? You know, the stream where I paint a very complicated basically like a big lion with spikes. Are you afraid of looking like a dork here? On that. Can move it on the edge. Best enough. Hey, let's go. Yeah, every now and then, like, I'll touch this cloak and like there's like a little bit of give in the cloak that makes me feel really just a shoulder. The weirdest thing. Sometimes I can press my thumb up on this, and I don't really feel anything. But there's other times I press my thumb up on it, and I can feel it shift, and it's not consistent, and I don't know. Fuck. It's true. I said that's not true. Let me get this. Sorry. So, like, a couple of itty bitty little bits where paint needed to go. There we go. Then this one I need to go back and actually add more of that. Sorry, fill up chat. I mean, you could like. I feel like you could Well, this didn't ruin anything. But definitely that Pro Acro cap was not shut. Luckily, it all got on my hands and really nowhere else, as far as I'm aware. Camera's good, palette's good. There's a little bit on my playmat, but that's my playmat mouse pad, but that's fine. What's there for? Okay. Could been bad. Oh, you got any you think would align to my very weird specific interests? Because, like, hey, if you've like. The tricky thing for movie night is I generally want to keep those in English just because I know some people like watch this on like a different monitor. But like, if you find like a weird bullshit fantasy movie for movie night, you know, the only reason I'm very like get really weird about taking movie suggestions is that like sometimes people would be like, "How, you know what you should watch for movie night? Sharknado." I feel like I have to be unnecessarily mean about curbing that shit, or else I'll just keep getting recommendations like that. Which unfortunately I think was probably like, you know, I'm a nice guy with happy feelings all the time, but I do wonder sometimes I go a little too hard about like, no, that's you don't understand the vision. You don't understand the vision. I'm sorry. There's a specific type of sauce that's needed for movie night. You can't just show any old asylum schlock. I'm sorry. And if you mentioned Cosmic Sun. Oh, what the fuck is that? That one I don't know. The worst sci-fi movie ever made. I don't believe random Reddit comment from 2021. We've seen some shit. We've seen some shit. I feel like I mean that's kind of in there. I mean that probably is a good sign though. I feel like that what's it called, that for me to enjoy a bad movie, it needs to feel like they're like they either wanted to make a good movie or like there's just like a level of ineptitude to it. Yeah, I will say that I did not learn until recently-ish that fucking Sharknado is like a whole franchise. Let this guy dry. I'm gonna work on the base. You know, I can do some metal dry brushing as like a little treat. I was not aware that there's straight up like I believe there's 6. From what I understand, the Sharknado franchise ends with a closed time loop, where like the main character eventually goes back in time and stops the fishing boat that got caught up by the tornado that unleashed a Sharknado. Because like I don't know if I would say they made like a cinematic universe, but from what I understand, they kind of like taking itself seriously is also a bit of a stretch, but they tried to, like, they really milked the fuck out of it in a way that the only way to keep milking it was just to keep repeatedly jumping that shark. Like in order to milk that franchise, they had to keep upping the stakes. And every time they upped the stakes, like, it got stupider somehow. I mean, once again, Sharknado, the bar is low, but like that's kind of what they need to do to keep it like, what are they gonna do this time? Oh, there's like a fucking like cyborg in there, and there's like, time traveling, or like the gods are angry. There's like a god of sharks or whatever. There was a baby. I think at one point I've looked into them a little bit, them specifically, and I do remember that there's a point where, like, I believe the main character, who is consistently the main character in the franchise, finds like a little baby boy inside of the Sharknado and raises it to be his son, kind of deal. Where they're just, like I said, they're just kind of like doing shit. And I don't know if that like that level of doing shit kind of conceptually is kind of neat, but also like at the end of the day, they're like, we're making Sharknado. That ruins the juice. Around the parts look there. Oh, that happens a lot. Like it's kind of amazing how often like props are reused with like little minimal tweaks. I think it's still like, there's like some, I know like Star Wars props every now and then end up in weird spots. I mean, like if you got yourself a spacesuit, you're like, yeah, fuck it. They want a spacesuit. We got this one, sure, okay. Like, that makes sense to me. Okay. Yeah, it's, like I said, it's one of those things where it's like it's odd because they both like gave a shit but didn't give a shit. Like it's definitely more than your typical like Asylum schlock, but also I think they also needed a draw in order to like keep people viewing, because they were at that movie was those. Apparently, Sharknado was like legitimately profitable for a while, Yeah, the Bruce Willis stuff is kind of sad because like Bruce Willis, from what I understand, did the whole reason he did like a Steven Seagal because he was like, hey, I'm developing Alzheimer's like crazy quickly, and I want to make sure like my family and everybody I love has like plenty of money to go off of before eventually I lose my mind. Like, that is a fucking awful scenario to be in. Just the idea that you have to go full mercenary after being like a famous actor, because it's like, yeah, you like, mind you, I don't know how much the Willis family really needs. I guess the man doesn't want his daughter to never have a fucking like yacht ever. Like, gotta maintain that yacht, but like, that's still really sad. That's still such a really depressing scenario to be in. And Steven Seagal doesn't have an excuse. That's the wild part. Like, if you go by the like mercenary the mercenary like movie person who just does whatever and doesn't give a shit. Like, you got Bruce Willis, who has a reason that's like arguably altruistic, maybe. You got Nicolas Cage, who supposedly is just always in debt from buying like weird buildings and shit. You got that. You got Steven Seagal, who I think is trying to still makes movies because he still wants people to think he's a badass. What was Liam Neeson's excuse? Why was Liam Neeson still doing like all that garbage? Like, why was he doing that? Oh yeah, he's straight up in like Russia now. I vaguely recall that Steven Seagal is like, not that he was ever a nice dude or anything, but like it's like he's got some real bad accusations on him. I'm not surprised. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm talking about. Where it's like both of those people, I could be like, okay, you're doing a thing. I can even like, I'm not gonna lie. The idea, like What, like, I forget exactly what building Nicholas Kate. Wasn't it like Gilles de Ray's castle? I vaguely recall. Hold on, I need to check this. I vaguely recall that he bought something weird like that. Like maybe it was Gilles de Ray's castle. Let's see. Okay. How the fuck do I spell Gilles de Ray? There we go. Got Joan of Arc. Guile? Okay, there we go. He has a very French name. There we go. Yeah, also, it's kind of weird because my first, like, knowledge of Gilles de Ray comes from fucking Fate Go. No, okay. What the fuck did he buy? He bought some, like, weird fancy castle or, like, famous thing or whatever. Like, I gotta get them pits. Okay, let me get them pits real quick. But yeah, I remember because he was, I don't think I really processed who Gilles de Ray was at the time in Fate, because, like, Fate would just stick, like, 8 million people from different eras. I'm like, oh, he's just some evil wizard guy. It's fine. He's just like an evil wizard guy, and then they learned about him later in life. It's like, oh, he was like Joan of Arc's kind of best friend and would bail her out of stuff. You're like, oh, that's cool. Also, he was a practicing like black magician and would like do horrible things to children until he was killed. I think he was arrested and then executed. Bad dude. Like Gilles de Ray was doing like stuff that would make fucking Epstein blush. It was like, oh god. When he was not funding very elaborate plays about Joan of Arc, he built a castle entirely built for child murder. Like, the guy was batshit crazy. Also randomly got scammed by passing magicians, which was also kind of fun. This is what I'm talking about. It's like I like new angle. I look at there. Wow. There we go. Yeah, it's kind of that thing that, like, depending on who you ask, it was like he was a scapegoat. It was like she was kind of like an actual like moral thing in his life. So he kind of tried to keep her safe. I'm more partial to the scapegoat option myself personally. Oh no, he's returned. He's returned from Hun jail. He said polka. Have a nice night, Jay. Jesus Christ. Oh my god. That one hurts. I physically feel my vital essence. My chakras are no longer in alignment. One of them, the one that's like ultraviolet or whatever, just like popped out. It's just like a fucking steam engine that just built up too much pressure and it just like launched a valve. Yeah, I mean, he did, like, I don't even really want to talk about some of the shit he was up to. He was a bad dude. Gilles de Ray, bad dude. Controversial opinion. Actually, there are some people that go by the idea that Gilles de Ray was innocent, and this is just like a centuries-long medieval slander campaign. That's something I could kind of, like, you know, I don't think that's true necessarily, but, like, it's something that I could totally see. Like, if you're like, this guy's an asshole, but I want all of his money. What if I said he, like, ritually murdered children in his children murdering castle? And then that way, you know, we could, once he gets his shit wrecked, maybe we could get some of his land, you know. He's not going to be using it when he's executed. He'll be fine. He'll be fine. Like, I could see something like that. That idea is not particularly, like, super crazy. It's also not crazy idea that, like, a guy who was, like, third generation stupid wealthy decided to build a murder mansion because he could. I think there's also that era too where it's like you would just, like, the way you made money as a soldier was not being like I the idea of a soldier's like now we're like, oh yeah, you join the army, you get paid, and then that's your salary, But like the kind of previous idea is like, yeah, you join the army and then you go to a different country, and then you kill the fuck out of all of its people, and everything you can grab is yours. You get paid and morally justified looting. Yippee! Good job. Which is funny because I think actually Joan of Arc kind of fought back against that, where she was very much like, what if all that stuff you're doing is a sin? What if you just paid the army? Look at where I picked up all my Joan of Arc info, though. I am not a Joan of Arc historian. I am, in fact, mostly specialized in mini painting bullshit. You just acquire trivia. Like, I just acquire trivia sometimes. Fucking go, hell yeah. Oh yeah, I wanted to touch up the skulls too. There we go. There we go. Having fun. Yeah, that's true. I swear that he also would just like buy like haunted places. Like he has like I swear I heard a thing where he bought some like really crazy haunted location, but it was just like basically just like it was just like a gigantic money sink. I do need to watch Vampire Hunter D. Is that a series or a movie? That could be a fun movie as well, to be fair. That like I do genuinely want to see Vampire Hunter D one of these days. I'll take a night too, it doesn't matter. At some point in my life, I need to watch Vampire Hunter D 2 movies. Gotcha. Because like I really love when I really do love that intersection between sci-fi and fantasy. Like that is some of the real good shit for me in particular. On one hand, I could make that skull a skull, but on the other hand, this feels kind of... No, I think I got it. I was like, this could be part of the metal, but like, it's got a skull. It's gotta be like an actual skull. If it's got like rusty bullshit around it, that's fine, but it's still gotta be a skull at the end of the day, So I should also make those metal. Yeah, I mean, there's only one Aragon movie. That's not a big deal. I mean, I'm assuming you're meaning Dragonheart, which also fair. Also fair. We did watch a lot of Dragonhearts. Except now apparently we found out that Aragon is going to be getting a TV series at some point. So that's I'm not going to watch it. Still very funny that the TV series is real now. On there. I don't really got much time at all. The other really quick... I'm basically trying to get some like quick wins. I'm trying to be like, okay, there's a little bit of overpaint there. I can hit that up. I can hit that up. Oh yeah, this little bit I can use. Same dealio. Is there a reason they skipped the second book? I mean, I'm assuming there's like a continuous story in all of Vampire Hunter D. I wonder why they skipped the second. It's a strange choice. Really obviously fucked. This one keeps like, I keep layering over and it's just still kind of like vaguely. I mean, like I do kind of like the vaguely purpley bruise skin that's on that one, so that's kind of cool. Like that might be something I'll try to purposely emulate as I'm detailing this bad boy. It's like, it's so weird. This model is like, it's not, arguably it's not super complicated. There's not like, big beast wings. Sure, dealable. Fucking got, also got like, he's got like skulls under his armpits for reasons. I don't know why. I also kind of wonder if I want to do like, I kind of wonder if I want to eventually go back and like, now that his hand is glued this way, if I want to add something to there. Like have like a head or like maybe some like lightning or a beam of some sort. I guess it really depends on how this is going to sit. So like yeah, I think this is effectively going to be it for tonight. So here's kind of like what it's going to look like. Not done yet by any means, but like this is the vision. Let me zoom out a little bit so you can see the vision a bit better. There we go. So the vision's looking pretty good. I think the idea is sound. Though you can definitely tell I use like a bright primer and like a darker primer for this because they do kind of have like a bit of a different look to it. But once I do a unifying wash and also once I really kind of bring the skin down to like a pale, I think that's where it's gonna be. It's gonna be big spicy. But yeah, speaking about big spicy, that's actually a transition on. Let's go to the chatting screen. Wow. All right, thanks for coming, everyone. I had a lot of fun schedule-wise. On Thursday, I will be playing Esoteric Ebb. If you've heard about that, if you've not heard about that, it is basically like Disco Elysium meets D&D, which sounds very, very neat. I think. Oh no, the Manticore's falling over. That sounds very, very, very neat. So I'm pretty excited about that. And then on Sunday, I will ideally be painting the Blight Kings. I think. Also, let me make you nerds bigger. I can do that now. I can make you nerds a lot bigger now, which is kind of neat. So yeah. And with that, everybody on the YouTube side, I'm gonna cut you nerds loose just because I'm gonna get some raid stuff going. Goodbye, YouTube people. Bye bye.